Hi, Adri. Oh, I know what I forgot to do.
Really want to do this.
Thinking the sound was weird
You'll probably be fine.
because it wasn't on my ears where it belonged. Random screaming sounds by Nor.
I hear good things.
Best screams. There we go. I'm gonna have to fix Connor. I was going to do this earlier today and then I forgot. To absolutely nobody's surprise. Something was worked. Yeah. I hadn't moved the sound over to my headset. Which means that, of course, OBS doesn't pick it up unless it's on my headset, because that's what it's told to do. Hey, Exy! Yes. Chapter 4. With animal speak. And very powerful lady. It's strange though, it actually is the last one. I know I have some achievements I've missed, but I figured I could always just play for them later if I really, really want to. On the side of this, I have a route where we basically got into a romance with Oscar, you know, the librarian. I have one where I think I'm very close to Avery, but you cannot get Avery's romance just yet. I also have one where we've we're in a relationship with back to No Touchy. You go for that. We also have one where I'm in a relationship with Reese after he turned and everything. So yes, I have been doing a bit of this outside of stream. I've also done this today. I finished back up to where we were with the same effects and everything. I ended up understanding I need the peanuts in this run. In the animal talk run, we actually need the peanuts. I hope it's right. If not, well then, it isn't the end of the world. Come back to us. Thank you, thank you. So this is the one that I played earlier today, as you can see. It is at the exact same spot that we saved it, so it's all good. We have been drained by the ghost. We've given Pixel back his house. I guess we're not feeling our strongest, but you know. Episode 4 awaits. Let's go. The decision you made in episode 3 bears heavy physical consequences, and a visual reminder of those consequences will follow you the rest of the game. You can reduce the intensity of this visual reminder or remove it entirely at any point in the preferences, so you don't have to have the blood there if you don't want to. Would you like to see a recap? Not really. No. Thank you. So we can take this away if we don't want it, but I think it's kind of part of the feel. We have done something very taxing. You open your eyes, it's a new day, and you feel like shit. You're hoping some of your strength will return to you after a good night's sleep, but you feel just as drained as when you dug yourself out of that shallow grave. Your limbs are heavy, your heart struggles to keep up with your movements. You feel like you lost something that was important to you. Your thoughts drift to the countless hours you've spent pushing your bodies to its physical limit. It's as though the peak of a mountain you've been climbing your entire life has been sawn off, leaving you to contemplate a disappointing plateau. I don't care. That goes behind the fester. Good. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine, but your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Hey, just want to check in, I hope you're okay. Also want to ask if you heard from Stella. You check your messages, there is nothing from Stella. Haven't heard from her either. That's not good. Think we should try looking for her. Let's meet up in town. There's a bit of like, you can basically not stand, but you're going straight into town. Sounds like a bad idea. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. But first, yeah, I think we should take a shower. Over to your aching joint, despite the state of the bathroom, this shower is a good place. And it rinses, as it rinses your body clean, you... Think about finally being out of this hellhole and safe in your own bed. See, I think we'd be there by now. Check the closet. The doll has moved. Long dead relatives, creepy doll is the only thing that's different. Someone was in here. Something to mull over for the rest of the day. Let's say hi to Dustin. Hello, Dustin, and Dustin's mom. You open the drawers. They both have bread now. Human is back. Smell old now. Maybe changed mind about eating us? Could be end of Dustin and Dustin mom. I would never eat you. I love you. Dustin mom are better than to trust. When push comes to shove, survival more important than friendship. Dustin mom spent too much time outside. Eat different inside. There's enough bread for everyone here. No need to eat, friend. And Dustin still have childhood innocence. I hope Dustin gets to keep that innocence forever. I guess your glass house still has the squatter? Hi, Mom. How's it going? Tried to claim the house last night, but asshole squatter is too big and strong. Dustin mom stand no chance. Might have to live in Dustin house forever. Human big and strong too. Probably more big and strong than asshole squatter. 30 minutes till you finish work? Nice. You fight, give Dustin mom glass house back? Given your track record the past couple of days of getting the chance to fight something physical and real sounds like an excellent change of pace. Assuming, of course, that Dustin mom's squatter is physical and real. Fight seems like the perfect opportunity to give this wrinkly body a test run. Hopefully I didn't lose too many of my gains. No, but we're gonna try, but I have a feeling the only way to get with Reese is to have the flirty thing. So I have a Reese run played where we already are in a romantic relationship with a monster, so that's fun. I have been playing this quite a lot outside of stream to have like as many runs up to level 5 as I could do. Hopefully we didn't lose too much of the gates. Dustin mom would be eternally grateful to human. Dustin too. So I should get going. Now this is why we needed the peanuts. Okay. I like that the only answer you get from the possums are okay. Head downstairs. Time to face my cousin. Oh joy. You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. They're striking. This week of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Talk about the strike. Yeah, heroes should have to pull those kids out of their mind. The other day they should get off your back. You really made us go after them, Isa. But I guess no one really knows that outside of the two of us and that Rosalina girl. Maybe it's an angle worth leaning on, I don't know. I don't know, I don't feel like any of these are... Do you know what the strikers want? I haven't seen a list of demands, I'm sure it's just the usual. I promise you that the end of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune. Probably. So, ghosts are real. I really can't get over that. I can. What does it actually change about anything? You're scarlet, so you're probably going to die young anyways. And I still have a mind to run. How lovely she is, right? Do you regret what happened to me last night? Of course I do. We should have left. You made a choice to appease that thing, and I was begging you not to. Have you heard anything from Stella? Kanika can't get hold of her. No, but that's not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We're not the only ones who were traumatized. That one we've done. She just says no. You should probably get going, right? Yeah. I don't long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? I love her though. It's like, don't do stupid things, but call me if you do. Tabitha slipped past you, heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Shall we talk to Frou Frou? You walk over to the cat. Oh, c'est toi. Est-ce que c'est tu vas maintenant? Trenger maintenance. Wait, there is something different in you. Have the years finally caught up to you? I love this cat. I made a deal with a ghost. I'm old now. Every day that we open our eyes, we're making a deal with life. All of us are stones on the shore. But a little more each day with the relentless tides of time. She's smart too. This is a clever cat. She knows. Always pet the cat. I tried that. I petted her every time and she eventually just swatted my hand. She does not like to be pet. We will all be ground to dust by an uncaring universe. But that is the beauty of life. Wow. That's a deep, deep cat. Will you ever let me pet you? Do you know anything about the stone carvings from scattered around town? I am not here to be your commanditaire. Je suis un détective, je suis un chat. I'm here to watch you flail about in the darkness. She knows. She knows too much. Main bad that's this cat. Or she simply knows because people have told, right? People talk to their cats all the time. I'm not here to provide answers for whatever mysteries confound you in the female American mind. Will you ever let me pet you? Will you ever let me pet you? It has been known to happen, perhaps one day when you have earned the right, but don't count on it, disgusting human. I missed you last night, Frou Frou. That makes one of us. Nod respectfully to Frou. She scoffs, her tail twitching with annoyance, but you can sense she's less annoyed than she usually is. Maybe she's getting used to you. Thanks for not attacking the opossums who live in my drawer. They're my friends, and if anything bad ever happened to them, there will be hell to pay. Of course you will consider those rats your friends. I will not dirty my claws with the diseased flesh. Bye, Frou Frou. Good talk. She scoffs as you turn away. I have not petted her against her will. Let's go. Let's go to the garden. Whatever kicked out Dustin's mom is in the garden right now. Let's look into it. The air is chilly today, the overcast sky hanging oppressively over the weed-choked flower beds. Do we see any ditchlings? Wait, is that the Dustin's mother? Dustin's mom? She out and about? Let's investigate the greenhouse. Start carefully picking your way through the underbrush. Doesn't take much effort to find a path. Cutting of prickly raspberry bushes and tangled vines litter the ground around the greenhouse. The glass house, one could say. Step towards the door. It's sealed shut by a lock, and you catch a brief glimpse of a horned shadow through the ancient clouded glass. Break the lock? Cool. It's sealed shut. Yeah, but I... What's your name, little guy? Goat. What are you doing in the greenhouse? Human put me here. Can't complain. Pretty sweet digs, honestly. Stay nice and warm, and there's plenty of eats, too. Examine the lock. It looks sturdy. You'll need some tools if you're going to get this open. Maybe Stella or Kanika can lend a hand later. Or you could just bash it open right here and right now. Shouldn't be hard to find a rock. Did that human have a brown coat and big boots? Coat like what, fur? No, not brown fur, yellow fur. Just on the top like all you humans. I don't know what boots are, can't help you there. Where did you come from? Farm. Used to live with other guys like me, kinda miss him, but not that much. Don't gotta share anymore. The lock might be enough to stop whatever is in the greenhouse from leaving, but it won't be able to keep you out. You find a suitable rock and bash it open. Hello, goat. We have goat. A warm barnyard smell floods your senses as you stare down the goat within. It stares back up at you from its place at the tile floor surrounded by dried herbs. That's it. Let's offer... There we have it. Offer peanuts. So I could probably force it out, but you know what? Pull out a bag of peanuts. You offer them to the goat. Hey, what's the big idea? Do you think just because I'm a goat, I'll eat whatever wet trash you throw at me? Well, you're right. Give me those things. You would see, he wants the nuts. We found him. I see that my butt spot is back at TCXy. Nom nom nom. Hey. We would take them out of the bag first. For better or for worse, your salty companion is gone. Forever. Explorer, you're free. Go on, prance off into the wilderness. Nobody can keep you here any longer. You said I want to leave. These are some sweet digs. I ain't giving them up or nothing, you hear me? Untie the goat. Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's my rope. Put it back. Brute force it out. You do your best to force the goat out of the wilderness. Doesn't want to leave. Every time you manage to finally shove it out the door, it immediately finds its way back in. With the lock broken, there's nothing stopping it from coming back as soon as you're gone. Nice try, but this is my house. You think I don't know my rights? I'm squatting here. Retie the goat. Thank you, I bet you wouldn't like it if someone into your house and mess with your things, now would you? We'll have to find another way to get the goat out. Guess I'll leave it to it then. Sure, suit yourself. More space for me. And close the door on your way out, will ya? It's a bit nippy out there. Leave it open. Screw you. Screw you, goatie. Yeah, well, goats are... They do tend to be stubborn. But it was fun to actually find what actually needed... I think peanuts are supposed to be for something there. I think you're right on that one. I wonder how we make the... How do we make the goat leave? Anyway, I mean, if they live... Yeah, I'm pondering. I wonder if that has a lot of things to... If that actually has anything to say or not. That's my big question is like, will that actually have anything to say? I have no idea. I guess we can always... I mean, I would be polite, really. If you think about it. Kind of would rather be polite. Mostly because... I mean, I guess whomever put the goat there is always a good question. As well. Who put it there in the first place, right? What if something gets rid of the goat for you? Yeah, that's true. The door isn't locked anymore though, so anyone can get in there and just get rid of the goat for us. We'll close the door, but there's no lock. Yeah, I think Tabby did too because of the blonde hair. We'll just close the door. Without lock, it remains loosely ajar. I don't know. Maybe she likes farm animals. You head back to the estate. Well, we did close the door, but... well... why is this door open? That's fascinated me for a while. This door is open. I can fuel up with something in town instead. Head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. That's gonna be rough with our new body. The birds sound different today, muffled like your ears are full of cotton. The dull sun shines on the surrounding wilderness, seeming to wash the color from the world. But you're adjusting. Already your body is starting to accept the change that has come over it. To accept that this is how things will be from here on out. You can't help but feel the countless eyes watching you from the tree line, a feeling that reminds you of your time in the wood with Stella. Ditchlings shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. They're getting bolder. As you continue to trek to town, you pause and stare out at the mountain range beyond the holler. Contemplating a world that's blissfully unaware of the danger threatening the citizens of this tiny town. The world outside feels less real with each passing day. It's a strange reality of what's happening in Scarlet Hollow. Gently upwards what you'd always taken to be truths of your world. Your everyday worry seems distant, overshadowed by fear and dread that hasn't stopped building since the moment you stepped off that bus. Maybe a ditchling will get the goat. True. Long until your journey from the estate is over and you once again find yourself on the main streets of Scarlet Hollow. Oh, you made it down the hill in one piece, thank God. I didn't realize there were so many of those ditchlings around. I would have driven up to get you. I can't believe they're outside during the day, it feels so wrong. How are you doing? I mean, I know you got oldified, so I assume not great. Oldified, really? Much better now than with you. Well, we're not flirting. She's like super easy to flirt with. Tired, being old is hard. Still can't believe that deal actually aged you. Talk about burying the lady? I don't know what the lady? How are you doing mentally? That's a great question. My concept of how the world works is being shattered a little more each day, so that's cool. Every day I feel more and more like I need to get out of this town before it swallows me. But I also keep feeling that there's too many reasons to stay. Like right now, I can't leave until I know Stella's okay. With her folks gone, the only people she has is her friends. And as her bestie, I just can't let her go running off into the woods to get eaten by a Bigfoot. And my mom is just so chill right now, it's driving me nuts. She's not giving me any answers about the shit she pulled last night, it's just weird. Anyway, thanks for asking. Nothing helped, I appreciate you pressing me on it. Your mom is definitely a witch. Kanika laughs. My mom? The crystals and herb lady? No way. I mean, if she were, that would mean everything I thought I knew was wrong and my whole life had been a lie. Yeah, your whole life has been a lie, sweetie. Moving on. So no, she's not a witch. Witch aren't real. Case closed. End of story. Oh, I'm supposed to see her for tea at some point. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. She's definitely a witch. Oh yeah, she's an old witch from the forest. Not sure what's she planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told all of us last night. Ghosts are real, but witches? Nah. No. Nah. Totally not real. Maybe she's not going to be your future or fortune. You should probably stop making fun of her. I should probably stop making fun of her old new age mystic vibe. A lot happened in the last few days. No, not a witch though. No. Still, there will be plenty of time for tea after we look for Stella. So ghosts, huh? Yeah, ghosts. I don't know about you, but I'm currently staving off a massive existential crisis about the state of matter and what being alive means. And then why Stella was so upset being possessed seemed awful, but she's the only one who ran off. Okay, if I find out ghosts were alive, a thing, yeah, real, and capable of cursing me, or cursing your friends, even using you as puppets, right? She could have hit her breaking point stress-wise. She could have been horrified by meeting a ghost for the first time. She could be traumatized by what the ghost did. Everything would be on the table that day. Oh yeah, everything would definitely be real. We would just, yeah, okay, everything is real. We're good. We're Gucci. But at the end of the day, I have no idea. We'll just have to find her and see what she wants to stop running. See if she wants to stop running from it and finally just talk things out. Sasquatch, yes. Mothman, Wendigo, definitely. Lay it on me. We're good. Bring it on. Wendigo is perhaps the one that fascinates me the most. The idea of it. And it makes me want to play a certain game. There's so many games. You know what? I need to win the lottery so I can sit here and play games with you for way more. Probing people in Roswell? Oh, well, duh. We all know the Greys are here. Been here. They've watched us. They've basically judged us to be crazy and left again. Bye-bye. They check on us every now and then, is my guess. And figure out that we're still too crazy to deal with, so they try again in 100 years. I mean, if I was an alien and found this crazy shit that we're doing, I wouldn't land here either. Just saying, my personal feeling. If I was an alien and I found a world like this where a crazy orange sock can be the president of one of the most powerful countries, people aren't accepted for whatever they feel they are, people are afraid for their lives, people decide that because it fits me nicely right now, my country is going to attack that country for attacking me once, we're going to attack it for years in return. And it doesn't matter if we hit schools or anything, no. You hit me first, I will murder you. That is the general logic here, which is absolutely insane. So yeah, if I was an alien, I would definitely avoid this planet with for anything other than observation of going, oh, holy fuck. This is an experiment gone wrong. I think we should try again in another 100 years. Either they're self-eradicated, or they might have learned something by then, or they're just as stupid. Who knows? And then they look at us at stream and go, why would anyone do this? From a therapist standpoint, though. Yes? Just eating popcorn and letting it implode. But yeah, I mean, for me it's just fun to imagine that if there were aliens, all they would do was just shake their head and move away. Go away. We don't want to take any risks, right? Let's Idiocracy and Demolition Man were true. They tried to warn us, yes. We don't even God damn it. I should know what this is called, because, you know, I'll be back. We all know the line. That warned us about Skynet, which we're basically in the verge of building, so... yeah, Terminator. Also pretty true. Well, last night gave my life new meaning. Become strong enough to punch a ghost. I love how punching the monster is a reaction to everything. It's really funny, and it'll be great if we wind up encountering something horrible. Some horrible non-ghost creature. I definitely want to make sure we stick together. I need that kind of raw animal energy on my side right now. Any leads on Stella? Punch a ghost! Yes! That's our new goal in life. We're gonna be strong enough to punch a ghost in the face. Haven't chance to talk to anyone else yet, so no far. She ran north last night, but that doesn't mean she didn't do a double back. I'm trying not to worry too much. It's probably safe somewhere. It's just not answering her phone, but else I'm not gonna bet on that. Somebody managing the general store. Yes, Mom and Miles can deal with it. Not that the store isn't, but if something happened to her and I was spending my time minding a register, I don't think I could live with that. I was kind of surprised you reached out to me after all the issues between you and Tabitha. Ugh, you sacrificed years of your life to exercise a ghost for people you hadn't met until, what, 2 days ago? That kind of outweighs whatever ongoing feud I have with your cousin. And I'm not going out there alone, because the last thing I want is to go missing while I'm looking for someone who went missing. We do everything in groups from now on. Let's get going. Yeah, we're burning daylight. Where to first? So many things to check out. Let's go to Stella's house. Devin, I probably should have done that before getting you to come all the way down here, to be honest. I was scared of wandering off by myself, just in case I ran into any horrors from the whale. Be great if this turns out to be nothing and she's just asleep in her bed. Nah, she's sitting on the corner of a road. The little doghouse. That is a little doghouse, right? I think it's a little doghouse. Knock, knock. It creaks open. Your protective instincts set in and the muscles in your arms tighten. Your shoulders straightening. If danger lurks ahead, you're ready for it. I'm not from around here. Is it normal for people to leave their door open? Unlocked? Yeah, hanging open? No way, this isn't normal. We should go in, right? Yep. Whatever happened to Stella doesn't look like it happened here. Okay, nothing unusual so far. This is perfectly normal living room. No blood or viscera, not even a tipped over lamp. That's good. Kitchen, a little messy from memory. Stella looks normal to me. Stella has always felt a little sterile to me. This feels a little too lived in, if that makes sense. Though maybe just because we've only been where she's expecting me. And Stella's room, where Jacket is gone. She's not here, though there's a little untidy. It's the sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. It looks like a room. Any thoughts? Yeah, nothing much to comment. This is what a room has been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. Ah, she still does the corkboard string thing. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration. Okay, I don't think we're gonna find much else there. Let's move on. She's not here and still nowhere there where she is. Can't believe she's actually missing. Where to next? I guess cops. That's not terrible. I'm sure there won't be much help, but we are dealing with a missing person, and that is cop stuff. Hopefully they don't give you a hard time. They've really been on your ass. Hey guys. Oh wow. The police station is exactly what you would expect from the town of the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper. The general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find Bo and Duke standing between you and the officers at the desk. I thought they would be up at the mine. Now listen here, Hugby. Big Betty was set to win a blue ribbon, so don't you go telling me she was just a pumpkin. We worked real hard to get her that big. Raise her up from a seed. It's just not fair, officers, sir. This is the first time we've had both of them here, which is kind of fun. Since we managed to save both Gretchen and Duke. Understand that and all, but I just don't see what y'all want us to do about it. I know y'all cared a lot about this pumpkin, but as it stands, it simply isn't a job for the police. No, job the police can help you with. Now, if you're able to find some kind of evidence that Julie or somebody else stole this big bet of yours, then you could get a lawyer involved and take them to the small claim court. Dang it, deputy, ain't finding evidence what you all supposed to be good for? That Julius has been stealing what rightfully belongs to the Callaways for all his life, and you folks ain't done a lick of policing to put an end to it. I told you we were better off handling this ourselves, Daddy. Whoa there, what happened to you? Are you okay? I look like you got kind of wrinkly since I saw you yesterday. Now, Bo, it's not kind to comment on others' appearances. Though you do look a mite sickly, you ain't picked up some disease, have you? I have a condition. I think I was so special about something. A 12-year-old kid has some weird disease, and damn if she doesn't look about 80. You should get a doctor to take a look at you. It seems to me it's getting a lot worse. What's all this about a pumpkin? Seems the Calloway here have lost their considerably large pumpkin. We ain't lost crud, Earl. You can lose what's been stolen, and we already know who did it. We saw Julius eyeing her yesterday. Look, Bo, I feel you, I really do, but it's circumstantial at best. And even if it wasn't, you know yourself that there isn't a clear property line. Did you say crud? Dang straight I did. They ain't doing a cuss in front of the boy. Cussing in public ain't polite. Oh wow. Got a problem with that? Nope. What makes you think Julius stole it? You're poking wasps' nest, Isa. There's 100 years of history here. He's been claiming Big Betty was him since day one, on account of he thinks it was planted on his side of the property. He's got himself confused about where the property line is, as always. The Callaways and the Tremaines have been at this for a long time. They can never agree on whose land is whose. It ain't the first time we heard something like this, and we get our fair share of calls from Julius too. So why is the pumpkin so valuable? She was darn near 2,000 pounds. Who the hell lifts a 2,000-pound pumpkin? She was gonna get us a blue ribbon, and now we already missed our chance. The judging was supposed to start today, and here we are, still stuck in the holler and a short our prize winner with Julius Tremaine to blame. Bradley spits the name, and then he literally spits on the floor. I ain't never coming to his door to answer. He ain't never coming to his door to answer what he's done, just hold up like the coward he is. The very least he could have given us seeds from what was left of her, so we could try again next year. She was good stock, our Betty. 2,000 pounds. This Julius guy's gotta be huge. Can't wait to meet him. Julius big? The man's a greasy little shrimp. Even Boher would have had a hard time moving that pumpkin. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. The man always had gumption. Ain't nothing in the world that can stop him stop him if it means ruining my day. You sure it wasn't a bear? You think a bear would just roll a 2,000-pound pumpkin off without a lick of evidence? That's right, sir. Weren't no bear. We're hunting folk. We know the signs. This is a man's work. And that means it was Mr. Tremaine. He knew just what to do to hurt our family. Oh, wow. I'm gonna do this for fun. It doesn't take a genius to know that Duke's in the right here. Did Julius grow that pumpkin? Obviously not, or he wouldn't have been so sneaky about carting it off. Do your jobs. Damn straight. Don't encourage him. If the Tremaine and Calvert had their way, we'd have personally ransacked each of their farms. One of these days, you all gonna have to pick a damn sides. Don't my tax dollar pay your salary? Last I checked, Julius paid taxes too. Weird question, but are you folks part of a cult? And this is why you're not doing your jobs. Stella ran off last night. She's still missing. She isn't at home, and none of us have heard from her. She what now? Well, that's just our Stella, always running off. I wouldn't worry too much about it. She'll turn up. This is different, Earl. You know I wouldn't be here bothering you if it wasn't important. She shouldn't be off on her own with so many ditchlings around. I'm sure you've seen them. They're like everywhere. Sure, we may have seen some strange animals lately. And we've certainly been getting a lot of calls about them. From either Scarlet Hallow is suffering some kind of mass hallucination, or we've been invaded by whatever they are. But what are you expecting us to do about it? How about something? I mean, it's just a suggestion, but, something is usually better than nothing. Yes? Something is a little bit better than nothing. I realized my glasses were really, 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 really dirty. So I'm just doing this. I can't actually read what's on my screen now. Yes, I cannot read on my screen if I don't have my glasses on. There. They were part of a cult? Oh, 100% part of a cult. Bowling champion? Ain't y'all supposed to shoot them or something? Now, son, we ain't animal control, we're the police. You're kidding me? This town doesn't even have an animal control department. Well, maybe it should get one. Y'all are no use at all, you know that? Them things have been after our chickens for at least a week now. Open your eyes, boys, there are strange things to foot. Okay, let's do it. Where's the question? Your folks aren't part of a cult, right? That's what you're not doing your jobs. The police officers stare at you perplexed. A cult? I don't think we have that sort of thing up here. We are doing our jobs. Just look at Franklin back there. He's filing all kinds of paperwork pertaining to what happened up at the mines. You know, I can't say I appreciate your tone. Sounds like you're accusing us of some kind of indecency. What do you think we go up in the hills and do seances and rituals and all that sort of thing? Get your head out of the clouds. It looks like your folks are busy. We'll be on our way. They got very protective. Well, that was a total waste of time. I hope Duke and Bo find their pumpkin. Where to next? Let's check in with Oscar. He's smart. Maybe he'll know what to do. I hope nothing else happened after we left home You're so brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. I'd rather sleep in the woods with the ditchling than someplace that was that haunted. Morning light streams into the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort. All menace having fled the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. No ghosts, thank God. I was not up for an encore. You can't help but overhear the murmurings of an intense conversation coming from the mayor's office. Or rather, the murmurings of an intense animal conversation. Ooh, this is new. Oh no, let's eavesdrop. Start making way upstairs to the mayor's office. Hey, where are you going? Shh. A small gang of dogs hold court in the mayor's office. Most of the dogs quietly watch from the sidelines, but two of them, a sheepdog, a basset hound, and is in a heated conversation with Mayor Jimmy. Their tags read Scraps and Daisy. Scraps and Daisy are really cool. And they fight for the animals of this. I showed you this, Exy. I sent you screenshots. We like Scraps and Daisy. It sounds like you've all sorted this out. I don't see what you need me to do about any of it. Sorted? Things ain't sorted until this town is safe. Now we may got the beginnings of a militia together, but there's plenty of pets out there who are still ill-informed about those things crawling out in the woods. You're the mayor. They'll listen to you. Just tell them to stay inside until it's handled. Listen, Scraps, buddy. I hear you, but the last thing we need right now is anarchy in the streets. It's no use. I told you he'd be bullheaded. He's always bullheaded. Always a sore loser, aren't we, Daisy? Things are fine. Nobody has to worry about a thing. The mayor pulls himself away from the conversation to acknowledge you. Ho, I remember you. You're that out-of-towner from yesterday, the speaker. The other dogs murmur amongst themselves for a moment and turn to face you. Yes, all pets inside, goat outside. I'm sorry I had to see this little display. Politics get so messy. You're all some kind of dog militia? Did I hear that right? Yeah, I suppose you can say that. When the town's illustrious leader abandons his kind, it's up to us common folk to band together. We need the greenhouse for Dustin Mom. Daisy, please, I'm not abandoning anybody, dog or otherwise. You're all blowing this invasion story completely out of proportion. Everything is going to turn out just fine. If everything turns out just fine, it's because of the rest of us protected those who needed protecting. So you're this Scraps I've heard so much about. The one and only. This here is Daisy, and we got a few other concerned locals with us as well. Just making sure cats and dogs of the Holler are well cared for considering recent events. There are more of those things in the woods every day, popping out of the innocent bodies of what used to be dogs like us. They're exaggerating, of course. While I've heard reports of a creature coming out of the woods, It's nothing the humans of the town can't handle. It's no secret that Daisy and Scraps are my competitors, and it's just like them to jump at the first sign of trouble as an opportunity to run me out of office. Wow, these dogs really are political. Nobody's trying to run you out of anything. We're just trying to keep the critters of the town safe. How very noble of you. But that is exactly the line you'd feed to the voters if you were trying to get rid of me. Have any of you seen or smelled Gretchen? She and her person are missing. Is she missing? Oh dear, Scraps, you don't think. Gretchen's person would never let that happen to her. Wherever she is, I'm sure she's safe from those things. A dog like her doesn't get to be that age without a watchful human at her side. Even if she's safe, I don't like the sound of this. See, Jimmy, this is the cost of inaction. Gretchen is a pillar of our community and she is missing. What will it take for you to finally open your eyes and do something? If you wait until you're the last dog left in Scarlet Hollow, it will be far too late to save yourself. Yes, I get it, you're all very upset. But what do you expect me to do about it? Shut down the town? What about the economy? Wow. This is like listening to actual movies and economy talk. But what about the economy? Do you even know what economy is, Jimmy? Or just throwing around fancy words you've heard a human say? Oh, of course I know what economy is. I know all about economyism. Oh good, because I never understood a lick of it when humans talk about it. I just figured it was just made up words they yell at each other when they want to stop talking, so please, enlighten us. I am not going to debase myself by playing a game of trivia, not in front of the speaker. Thought so. To answer your question, we didn't catch a whiff right around here, and another near her house, but we haven't picked up anything around town since then. Let's hope those creatures haven't already gotten to her. Can you help us find her? You've got better nosers for this sort of thing. We'll do our best. We didn't intend to make any more trips out into the woods, but if it's Gretchen, we'll take that risk. She's a well-liked dog in this part, been around much longer than any of us. It'd be a blow to the community for her to fall victim to those monstrosities. Good doggies. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment. Ah, yes, I am rather the good boy, aren't I? You call me a good dog? Daisy a good dog? Daisy's tail wags excitedly before she regains her composure. Sorry, I just love to hear it. Gretchen really admires you, Scraps. Oh, she flatters me so. I'm nothing special, just another dog. All the more reasons to go after her before it's too late. Don't be so modest, Scraps. You're the kind of dogs other dogs listen to. It's a damn shame the humans are so charmed by this charlatan. I'm right here, Daisy. I'm well aware. You think you're so high and mighty, don't you? Just because you sit and stay at the best. As if obedience is the best quality in a leader. There must be a way for everyone to work together. I don't think it's my place to weigh in. Must be a way everyone can work together. Panic in the street will be bad for everyone, but we cannot just not do anything about the ditchlings. Anarchy in the streets won't do anybody any good. I'll take care of the ditchlings. Mr. May should listen to Daisy and Scraps on this one. There won't be anarchy in the streets to worry about if every animal in town is taken by a ditchling. I think this one. There must be a way for everyone here can work together. Panic in the streets would be bad for everyone, but we cannot do nothing or not do anything about the ditchlings. I don't think there's much compromising here. The mayor is either in or he's out, and it sounds to me like he's out. I told you this would be a waste of time, Scraps, and I should have listened to you. Let's go, shall we? Excellent. Office hours are officially over. Close the door behind you. I'm overdue for my appointment with a nap. Wow. You and the dogs exit the mayor's office and close the door behind you. They quickly turn the corner and vanish from your line of sight. You find Kanika waiting for you in the lobby. You just had a full-on conversation with those dogs. It is so weird that you can do that. Knowing dogs are capable of carrying on actual conversation is going to make being a veterinarian really weird. I guess Oscar must be in the back. I know that's where I'd be if I finally managed to unhaunt my house. Let's go. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream. This hallway creeps me out. Kanika knocks the door. Good morning. It's so good to see all of you. Isa? He takes in the sight of you standing in the bright corridor. I hope you're doing well this morning. Please, come on in. The mayor is an annoying piece of crap, isn't he? And there's an ad starting, so we're just gonna wait a little. Yes, we have. We've been here in one previous playthrough, but from memory, I think Rosalina was fine. I don't think we had her with her smashed up leg. Let's see. Aww. You're doing really great, Rosalina. Not a lot of kids your age can take a shot that well. You're being so brave. So yeah, we've been here before. You don't have... I think it's in the first one as well. No, then we don't have here. Then we're in the Maxwell house, aren't we? You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5. But you are brave. You really are, Rosalina. You are, like, so badass. Alexis is right. This is more than most people have to deal with in their whole lives, and here you are taking it like a champ. Dr. Keller's kind demeanor vanishes as soon as she turns around and glares at you. Oh, I see we have visitors. But her glare vanishes as you take in your new visage. Her features soften into a look of shock and concern. Mr. Gutierrez told me what happened last night, and I must admit I found it hard to believe. But your face... It definitely looks like you had the ear stolen from you. Whatever that means, it's concerning. I'd like to give you a physical. A physical, you say? Yes. You know you can romance her. I think you can actually romance her. See? Flirt. Did you just say that you were interested in my body? Look at it. Did you just say we're interested in my body? Should we go somewhere private? Anything you say, doctor? Shall we go somewhere private? Should we romance her, though? I already have one where we romance her kid, so we could try. Oh, okay. Fine, we shall. I mean, we're old. She's old. It's all good. Which one? First or second? Anything you say? I mean, we might be shut down like there's no tomorrow, but anything you say, Doc, shall we go somewhere private? Did you say we're interested in my body? Anything you say, Doc, shall we go somewhere private? Please, try to be normal when you speak to me, and no, I'm not giving you an exam in the middle of somebody else's home. Come to the clinic sometime today and I'll do it there. Well, I mean, it was worth a try. Your examination finished, Dr. Kelly returns to Rosalina's side. I know you can, so there has to be an option. How's Rosalina, Doc? She can tell us herself. What do you say, Rosalina? How are you? Tired, my leg hurts a lot. But the medicine is helping and it's not so bad now. Plus, I got to lie down in an actual bed last night, and you have no idea how good that felt. Thanks, Isa. I can't believe you got any sleep last night at all. Ghost stuff. I just sat on the couch with all the lights on. I don't think I slept at all. I really needed some rest after, the hospital and my foot. Your body is desperately trying to get you to rest. All that activity yesterday was pretty brutal on your injury. It's never gonna stop hurting if you keep pushing yourself. So, what are you not gonna do today? Anything? Good answer. That's right, you're staying right here. No walking around, no investigating haunted houses. Sorry, Dr. Kelly, I should have been better at stopping her. I take full responsibility. As her father, I should have. No need for anyone to step in to take blame for anything. It's the hospital's fault for sending her home at all. It's gross negligence, damn it, if you ask me. But give it time, then you can do all the activities you want, right, Rosalina? I'm guessing Charlie did not come back for an encore. Not as far as I know. I slept in Rosalina's room and I made sure to put some very heavy objects on top of that hatch, just to give myself a little extra peace of mind. But thanks to you, I didn't see or hear anything all night. I think we're in the clear. I didn't see anything either, but even if something did happen, I wouldn't know. I was asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I'm too tired to worry about ghosts anymore, to be honest. Losing a limb will do that, especially if you decide to tromp around and that's like nothing happened. It would have been fine if it weren't for Charlie. Good thing he's gone then, and let's hope he stays gone. Why does everyone seem so chill? Shouldn't you all be traumatized? Who says I'm not traumatized? Just because I'm not in a gibbering heap doesn't mean I haven't been mentally scarred beyond my comprehension. Yeah, I'm far from chill right now. I've been putting a chill vibes. It's because I felt like I've been the opposite of chill this morning. The week started with a bunch of monsters appearing in the woods, and it's just been one thing after another ever since. So yeah, I'm putting off the inevitable breakdown until I know things are done escalating. I don't think it's sunk in for me yet. I'll deal with whatever trauma I'm picking up now in therapy when I'm 30. That's what grown-ups do, right? She is a very grown-up little girl. How's Reese? He's fine, had a rough night, but he'll recover. He's used to this sort of thing. He just needs a couple of days to get back on his feet. That means no more excitement, not even a movie. I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Kelly. Okay, but what if I wanted to hang out with you? Sorry, I have to know. Ricketta stares in confused silence for a few seconds. I'm busy. Hey, that's not a no. That's not a definite no. We found something in Oscar's house last night. A stone carving that gave me and Tabitha a vision of what happened here. There was one in the mines the other night too. Both of them have sort of a pull on me. Whatever they are, there's something like them in your clinic. I felt it last night. I'm sure it's nothing, but I thought you might want to know. It is nothing. I suppose you should be grateful for the warning, but forgive me for not taking a funny feeling you had very seriously. I lived in the clinic a long time, and Reese has been there his entire life. Even in the off chance that something is wrong, I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle ourselves. But if something does happen in the clinic, aren't you worried about Reese? If anything like this happened, like what happened to us last night? None of you have to concern yourself with my son's health. I know how to take care of him, even in a supposed ghost emergency or whatever it is you're worried about. Have any of you seen Stella since last night? Not since dinner. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you? I'm guessing that's a no. Reese can handle all himself? Oh yeah, Reese can handle all himself. No worries there. You'd be right. I haven't seen her since she ran off last night. I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging your door down to hunt for ghosts. I don't think we were going to be able to stop her. Nope. Not a chance. There was no way you could have known that she would react. How she would react when she found it. No, remain silent. Bah, Reese can handle it all, but... well, you're the one talking. I think that's why. You're the one chatting with me, so that's why it goes for you. So, you got your meds, you got your nest of pillows, a helpful friend by your side, and a cat to keep you company. Seems like you're all set. Make sure you do a whole lot of nothing today. I will. Bye, Dr. Kelly. Yes. Thanks again for coming down to see us, Joan. Not a problem. I'd much rather stay put here than having to get in and out of cars. I'll call later today and see how things are going. I hope the rest of the week is less eventful for both of you. Goodbye, Rosalina. Make sure you stay put and keep Pixel company, okay? Don't worry, Doc. I keep her warm. I'm helping. Yes, you are, Pixel. You keep her warm. You're helping. Aww. That's so cute. Dr. Kelly turns toward you again, her usual glare absent. And I hope you take me up on my offer, Isa. I'm concerned about you. We're gonna have a doctor check. And then she pushes past you to leave Oscar's house. But you kids have some space. Alexis, why don't you figure out a restful activity for you and Rosalina? Well, Mr. Gutierrez, I brought some video games and puzzles from my house, and some movies too. Whatever you want to do, Rosalina. And we get ushered into the library. What's up? Is everything okay? Is everything fine? Or at least much better than yesterday. I can't thank you enough, Isa. I'd like to be as helpful... What? Tick? Why are you eating? Are you eating Oscar? Or the ghosty? Hi, Tick. Hope you're doing well. Now that our little situation is dealt with, I'll finally have time to dig into the new town archives. Our house was haunted because someone was murdered here. The mine collapsed the other night was at the site of a mass grave. With enough research, maybe we'll get a step ahead of the next crisis. Maybe we can actually preempt it. That is, assuming there is going to be a next crisis. But something tells me we aren't in the clear yet. Oh, you're eating yourself into chat? Well, welcome on in. Dead or alive?
What a gift.
Ah, lethal company.
Wait, hold on. Luigi, you are the best YouTuber on Twitch, and I want you to know that I love you with all my heart and all my soul. I need you to answer a question for me.
Lethal company marriage proposal? Nice. That's a big ring though.
Thank you.
Nice one. I haven't played Lethal Company in forever. Yeah, we're not in the clear yet. We should compare notes, not that I haven't to start with, but if you know anything that might narrow down my research, it could save me a lot of time. I don't think we actually know that much more than you do, but we've got some hunches. I can't help but feel like there must have been something inciting the event since everything started to get weird seemingly overnight. I'm good. A little bit tired, but I was out yesterday, so I didn't expect anything else than being tired. It's normal. How is Tech? Hopefully good as well. Oscar kind of looks like you. Oh. I have a run where we've ended up romantically involved with Oscar. That was very sweet. Look for nowadays. Something to keep in mind. If there is a root cause for all this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in his bottle. That would be me. I'm going to do my best to find out if have ever been any similar events and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. Those carvings I warned us to kill about are important. To think there was something like that under my house all this time and to think someone must have put it there? But who? The training, the exercise kind of sore, I assume? And there was one in the mines, and if you're right, there's one in the clinic. Maybe that's what I should be focusing on right now. How many of those things are there? If we're lucky, maybe there's those 3, but I'd rather not count on it. If the ghost is really gone, we should look at the carving, right? Not that I want to go back into the creepy basement, but that thing has to be the most solid lead we have at this point. Not a chance. I know the ghost is probably gone for good, but that thing is evil, and if there is the slightest chance of going back down there to trigger something, it's not worth disturbing. At least not until we know more. But what if this is our only chance to? My daughter's safety comes first right now. We finally have our house back, and I'm not taking any risks until we know what we're dealing with. I wonder if this could be the work of some cult. We're back on the cult. Nope, I'm not letting go of the cult theory. Absolutely not. Hydrate? Okay, we shall do. Just open the hydration box first. It's Friday after all. I thank you for the hydrate. We're not letting go of the cult thing. I don't know, I'm just throwing things out there. Yep, basically. Let's not get all satanic panic just yet. And it's not looking unlikely at this point, but having lived in this town all my life, I feel like I would know there's some cult that had run the place. Actually, no, you wouldn't, sweetie. If some cult had run this place and had run it for years, you wouldn't know if you lived in that town. A cult doesn't necessarily have to run the town to have had an impact here. It doesn't even need to be active. From what I gather, those carvings you've been talking about are old. Whoever left them there is probably long gone, and they're scarlets. Actually, it's your mom's tribe, but okay. I'll see what I can find. You never know. I think Sybil... How would he know? How would he know? I think Sybil knows more than she's letting on. She wants me to come talk to her today. Never been over this, but I still think you're barking up the wrong tree. Why would my mom hid any... Yeah, and she's the leader. Your mommy is a leader. Still, she did seem really calm and confident last night. Weirdly so. I hate this. She did seem strange last night. She kept shutting down the conversation like she was rushing us all along, trying not to let us live on the supernatural long enough to reach any conclusions. It's a secret cult. Yeah. Sybil is the key here. So what? Some kind of key. Still, I'm inclined to agree with Kanika here. If she does know something, why would she be hiding it? Because she's the cult leader. I'd be interested to know what exactly she intends to tell you that couldn't be discussed in front of the rest of us. I'm not gonna go against. Yeah. Make sure Pixel stays inside or he might be grabbed by ditchlings. The ditchlings are those things from the woods, right? Those with faces? They snatch animals to do some kind of parasitic egg-laying thing, so unless you want one of those things caught by the Pixel, you better make sure he's safe. Will do. Can't imagine how devastated Rosalina would be if something were to happen to him, especially after everything she's been through. There's that thing in the clinic I mentioned, that pull. I wish the killer were taking it as seriously as she should. Oscar, what did you tell her about last night? She didn't bat an eye at anything Isa said about the supernatural. She mostly just got defensive. Does she know how bad it was? I told her everything. She seemed to believe me, but who knows, maybe she was just being polite in front of Rosalina. Maybe the whole time I was ranting, she was actually just thinking that I had a psychotic break. Maybe. But then again, she knows about Reese, so she shouldn't be too surprised. Make sure to shoot Reese a warning text. He at least deserves to know something might happen. It's a shame she preemptively shut down our movie night. It would have been a perfect cover. What are you talking about? You already have an open invitation to visit at this point. We don't need to use the movie night as a cover. They have an open invitation for a physical. I don't think Dr. Kelly is going to be too appreciative of that turning into an investigation. We should be more cautious what we do next. We don't want anyone to get attacked or possessed by any more ghosts, even if it is to help a friend. I don't have time to play it safe. Just give me a day or two to do some research before you do anything rash, okay? Yeah, and we're missing Stella. Embracing energy would be any serious losing. So yeah, let us know if okay, so they don't let... With Rosalina hurt, we're not allowed down into the basement. If you have Rosalina healthy, you go down into the basement and look at the disc. I will. So that's also another difference. Good to know that you have an open invitation to the clinic today. Finding Stella should be your priority. But it wouldn't hurt to check in on Reese later. Wouldn't hurt for you to get a checkup either. Let's check out the church. The church? What do you think Stella decided to get religious all of a sudden? The pastor can also talk to animals. I must speak with him. Right, you mentioned that yesterday. Okay, we can go to the church, but please don't wind up befriending him just because he shares your weird animal thing. It's bad enough that you keep bringing Tabitha around with you, but I don't have to deal with two intensely unlikable people on a regular basis. Is there a wonder if it's possible to get Kanika and Tabitha to actually like each other? That would be interesting. Kanika leads the way, taking up the gradual slope to the church. Alright, where's the weirdo? There he is! My, 3 visitors at once on a Thursday? This is unprecedented. But there's only 2 of us. Oh no, we're followed by a ditchling? We're followed by Wayne? What's up, old people? Oh, I was just saying, what are you doing here? All the glimpses of death I've had the past 2 days have forced me into the midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I just wanted to see if Faith held any answers for me. Only normal, nice person here, the biggest weirdo. He talk to animals, though. Alas, I have not yet found the solace I seek. Give it time, Zane. It sometimes takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart. But when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you. And of course, I'm always here if you need to talk. Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. Anyway, looking for Stella. She wandered off last night and no one has seen her since. We're starting to get pretty worried. We hoped maybe you or Janie had seen her. Can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen hide or hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's just over there by the alpacas. Alpacas? So, Isa, I was hoping I might get to talk with you in private. What do you have to say to them that you can't say in front of me? Please, if you wouldn't mind, it's a personal matter. Personal for whom? I'd rather not folks prying on this. You know how rumors get started. That's what we're gonna say. It's okay. I'm happy to talk with him. You're sure? I guess you'll leave it to a while. I'll check in with Janie. I'll be right over there by the fence that conveniently is in your line of sight, okay? Kanika heads towards Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. I'm so glad you came. I never met anyone else who could hear them. You have no idea how long I thought I must have had some kind of insanity. I even thought at one point it must have been the Lord himself talking to me through them. But I never had anything very insightful to say, so I was disavowed that pretty early on. You're not gonna comment on my appearance? You saw me yesterday. A ghost cursed me last night and now I'm old. Oh, and here I thought you were putting on some sort of early Halloween costume. Maybe a prayer can help after we finish talking? I got some wonderful little pamphlets. No. Whoa. Are we sure we're actually talking to animals? Have you met Frou, Gretchen, Pixel? Of course I have, but I learned early enough not to let on that I have this gift. At least while other humans are around, I haven't spoken with any of them. Though I get the feeling Frou wouldn't talk to me even if she knew I could understand her. I've tried to befriend the alpacas when no one else is around, and this is just tried. They're surprisingly cliquey. Besides that, I try and maintain a low profile, only chatting with the wildlife, and I'm sure no one's looking. Are we sure we're actually talking to animals? Now that I know that at least two of us, I have no doubt. There have definitely been times in my life when I thought I might just be insane. But it's so consistent, and I've never exhibited any other signs of insanity. In my most doubting moments, I have considered the possibility that other entities may be using the animals to confuse my faith. But besides a particular vicious hamster that I had growing up, the most animal has ever tried to convince me to give them more food. So I somehow doubt they're puppets for some otherworldly evil. Unless that otherworldly evil wants me to overfeed my pets. But then, is your gift why I got into the church? It's hard to say. I was raised a Baptist by two loving parents. I was always interested in religion. But I've also known about my talents, so I don't know what came first. If anything, though I'd say I'm religious in spite of the gift. It hasn't exactly been easy to square this with a lot of the religious education I've had. For instance, a lot of religious leaders will tell you that only humans have souls. Well, you and I both know that's not true. Though, I suppose, it gets into the whole different conversation of what exactly a soul is. This is a very intricate story. Basically, you travel to a place called Scarlet Hollow, where your aunt has died, so you're going to a... what's it called again? My brain just refuses to work today. A burial? And you meet your cousin, who you've never met before because your mother left this place angry and never turning back. And as we go into town, we meet the people there and a funeral, thank you. And we meet everyone in town, and depending on the choices you take, the story takes different paths, and also you can have different traits. So for this one we have powerful and animal talk. So we can speak to animals and we are very strong. And each of the talents also change the story quite radically because it changes what information you get. So there's like a million paths to take. So we have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I have 7 or 8 different playthroughs with different endings, and there's romances in the game. So we can only play until chapter 4, which is the chapter we're in right now. After chapter 4, chapter 5 was never made. They didn't earn enough money on this game to make chapter 5. But because of Slay the Princess, which we're gonna swap to and when we're done with this, they can now afford to make the final chapters of this game as well. So I'm really looking forward to picking it up when we get chapter 5 and we go through what we've gone through and we kick it off from there. So we don't exactly know what's the end here, but we do know that Scarlet Hallow seems to have a hold on anyone in it. It seems like it basically decides that no, you can't leave. And we're pretty sure Sybil has something to do with it. And there's these stones that we keep finding that does stuff that tells us the history of our own family. And oh yeah, Reese is a monster. And the pastor apparently can talk to animals, just as we can. But those are conversations I'm glad to leave to the scholars. I'm just a simple, small-town pastor. I don't need to ask the big questions anymore, I just have to help people through their daily lives. Is that why people think you're creepy? Because you have the gift? People think I'm creepy? But that's alright, people say all kinds of things. I just have to be patient and persistent and not... And I know eventually they'll understand I can be a comforting presence in their life, not a creepy one. Yeah, I'm also very invested in this game. Maybe if I grew a thicker beard, people would trust me more. Or maybe I should get a cool jacket. Oh, that's a good question. Just Jane, you know? No, I don't believe there should be secrets between man and wife, so I'll have to tell her one day. Just hasn't been a good time yet. Building a life in Scarlet Hollow has been a difficult process. The last thing I need to do is add stress of her husband being some kind of circus cat act. Tulip, on the other hand, I'm starting to have my suspicion that she might share this gift. That's his little daughter. There have been some particularly nasty rats in the church lately, and she said some things that have led me to believe she might be able to understand them. And there's the little lady herself. I wonder what her story is. I think she's gonna be important. She looks way too innocent. He's interrupted by the sound of a snapping twig, a high-pitched giggle, and partly muffled by the underbrush on the edge of the property. Tulip, come over here. You know you're not supposed to play in the woods. I've wondered so much who she's talking to or who she's been with in the woods. She glances back into the woods, quiet as she hesitates. Tulip, are you going to be good or are we going to skip story time tonight? I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't go into the woods, I promise. I know you want Tulip because you know it's too dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mama out with the alpaca? It's just about time they got fed. You can give them hay. Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. Sorry I had to be firm, parenting moment just there. She's been trying to run off into the woods a lot lately. And it's really dangerous, even for adults, that is true. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old, so it's all grown over and it looks like part of the landscape. But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass. Ah, Tetanus Lake. Stella told me about it. Tetanus Lake? That is an accurate name. I wonder if Tulip would stay away if I started calling it that. Or if it would only make it sound more alluring. Hopefully not. Tetanus Lake shouldn't sound alluring to anyone. How big a trash dump are we talking? Would a weekend of hard work clear it out? Maybe if you had construction equipment and a team of professionals. It's a big area and I have no idea how deep it goes. You love tulips? Aww. In the meantime, I'm just making sure Tulip knows not to go near it. What were you thinking about the church rats? Ah yes, the rats. So you and I are used to sort of chatter we hear from wildlife. It's usually nothing that needs to be paid attention to. But these rats, there's something sinister about them, and they must be huge judging by the sound of them scurrying around in there. Tulip had never shown evidence of her ability before. She never responded to the alpacas or engaged in conversation with birds. In retrospect, she could have been hiding it the way I did growing up. Because I know she's been talking to the rats. She calls them her friends and has been drawing all these pictures of these really ghastly things. Is she speaking? Aw, you love tulips on your tulips? I see. Really ghastly things. Is she talking to ditchlings? I try to bring it up with her, but she just gets this little smile and doesn't say a word, like it's her fun little secret. It's all innocent enough in the grand scheme of things, but I'm pretty sure they also live out in a trash heap, and ever since she started talking about her friends, she's been trying to sneak out there. I'm concerned she's gonna get hurt or catch some kind of disease. Yeah, I think she's talking to the ditchlings. Are you sure they're rats? What have they been saying? They like to try and goad me into crying or becoming depressed. They're definitely ditchlings. They watch me through unseen holes and make fun of me and trying to figure out how to press my buttons. It's annoying, but easy enough to block out, especially when I'm praying. I don't think they're a good influence on Tulip, though. She's gotten quiet and secretive ever since she started talking to them. I hate to think what they say to her when I'm not around. Have you actually seen them? No, but I don't need to. I lived in the dorm at the rats once. You never see them. That are ghosts? Yeah, but I'm thinking maybe ditchlings? But ghosts is also a possibility. Don't need to live in the dorm rats once. You never see them, but the church have all the signs of an infestation, and there's no mistaking the sound of little creatures stampeding through the walls. I've left down some humane rat traps, but they're too smart for them. All it's done is waste peanut butter. And I caught a possum in one, the poor thing. Possums are never very bright, but at least he got a nice scoop of peanut butter out of the ordeal. Has Danny heard them? I can't, so... Or well, have they tried? But I don't think anyone seems to understand them. They at least don't talk to us. Could it be like they're, the animals are infected? They're like the dare? Who actually told us pain, rot, and that they were in pain. Maybe the animals can talk still. Maybe that's that. I don't know. She's not in the church very often. She's usually down doing her job until late. We spend our evenings in the house. It's just me and Tulip all day long. Jenny knows Tulip has made some strange little friends, but thinks it's an imagination game. I was hoping I'd sort out the rat issue before she gets suspicious, but they're persistent. So I may have to hire an exterminator if I can get the money for one. I hope it doesn't have to come to that. Are you sure they're rats? I think so. The pastor shifts uncomfortably for a moment. I hope so. You should talk to Tulip about the gift. I'm sure both of us could have used some guidance growing up. You're right. I grew up with this ability. If anyone can help her understand not to engage with evil little creatures like the rats that are eating God's house from the inside out, it's me. I can handle this. At the corner where I see Kanika walking back to the two of you, she must have finished talking to Janie. Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we better get going. I hope the talk with the pastor went well. Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate you all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best of circumstances. I'll let you all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her. Alright, thanks. See ya. So he doesn't feel that creepy now, does he? He feels a little less creepy. Tulip's apparently made some weird imaginary friends. We might want to check that out later this week. That's new. Kids make up imaginary friends all the time. Pastor Daniel says that there's a rat infestation in the church and the rats are her friends. I don't know, it seemed weird. Okay, as much as I hate going back there, I guess that's a loose lead. If we don't have anything else to investigate, once we find Stella and... Once we checked out the clinic, maybe we can look into the church. Not get too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next? Before you suggest the next move, you start feeling woozy. Spots form on the edges of your vision. Your legs suddenly feel unstable. Your body sending you clear signals of exhaustion. It pains you to imagine how difficult the effects of Charlie's deal would be to manage with somebody less fit than yourself. Even if even your powerful body is struggling just to walk from place to place. Manage to shake it off before Kanika can notice, but you still won't be long before your aching muscles needs to rest. You should plan your next move carefully. Let's check out the diner. Not exactly normal, but much less creepy than before. We kind of get an insight into why he's acting a bit weird. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Isn't there fewer miners than usual here? It feels like you walked into a private meeting. The back booth is full of miners, and they're having what seems to be an interesting, intense discussion. Their expressions gravely serious. Hey, it's Isa and Kanika, long time no see. I hope the town's been treating you well. Are we interrupting something? Of course not. Everyone's welcome here. Just, don't be careful. Be careful not to step on any toes. Things have gotten a little tense over the last couple of days. The miners in the back were too engaged in conversation to notice you enter, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, they argue with each other loudly enough for you to easily overhear. Sure, the shift schedules are tough, and sure, we don't get enough time off for me to see my family as often as I'd like. But this is still the best job I can have right now. Listen, kid, you're only a year or so into this gig, trust me. The longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first you're just unhappy, but you think you can weather it until you find something better. A paycheck is a paycheck, I get it. But the next thing you know, you've lost years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you. That uses up every free second it can to suck out... It can suck out of its workers and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out. Zax, we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. My sister needs the paycheck. I'm the only reason she can afford her tuition right now. I can't get fired. And this job still has its perk. I like the company housing. I can't afford my own place and send money back home. I don't know where I would live if I didn't have this job. Right. The company housing. How generous of the big boss to put you up in a company-owned shack that ain't had proper maintenance done in decades. You know she uses that housing as an excuse to pay us less. And the company housing that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live. That's why the Scarlets can keep getting away with whatever they want. Zax, we don't have the numbers, man. We know this is risky. Riskier than most of us can afford. It's still a freaking house. I agree, it is still a freaking house. We would have the numbers if you all stand with me and not let management's scared tactics get to you. It's not scare tactics. People like her now. That woman ran into a collapsing coal mine and saved 3 children from being buried alive. I feel you, I really do, but how are we supposed to organize a strike against a town hero? I mean, yeah, Tabby's house is gonna fall off soon. She pays as much, yeah, but I don't think they know that. I don't think she's ever been honest enough to say that I'm sorry, but right now we are struggling like big time. Like when we talked to her, we had that good long talk, right? I feel like she should have sat down with all of her, not exactly now. She's barely making anything. She's afraid she's gonna lose the mine. You're trying to tell me that a mine collapsing less than 2 days ago is why you don't want to strike. It's a bad time, Zax. It's always a bad time, Baker. Doesn't matter whose name is on the deed for the place. Without us, there is no mine. We got him against the ropes. We can't back down now, or they will come out swinging. Hey, have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The miner turns toward the doorway, all eyes glaring on you in unison. The YouTuber? We ain't seen her. I hope she's okay. She hasn't been around. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Are none of you gonna comment on how I'm old now? A ghost stole years of my life last night. We're doing important work right now. Go bother someone else with your Halloween prank. What if they're actually telling the truth? Come on, Harrison. All us losers are the only ghosts in town. We won't be losers for long if we just band together and make this moment count. Do we weigh in on this? You know what? I'm going to. Don't pressure people, Zax. If they don't want to strike, they don't have to. Isa, what the hell? Oh great, the boss even has a cousin going around strike breaking. Just get out, you're not welcome here. All of you calm down. If a fight breaks out in my establishment, you're all out. I don't care who's right. You heard the lady, Muscles. Just leave us alone. Sorry, we won't bother you. We'll make ourselves scarce. And they're like, hey, Avery, do you have a minute to catch up? You angling at something? Come on now, Zax. This is a free establishment. Let's step outside. I could use some fresh air. I was hoping to maybe sit down, but apparently no. Isa, are you feeling okay? You look different. I gave up years of my life to free an angry ghost. Wait, ghosts are real? They can steal years of your life? Yes. I guess so. My perception of reality is crumbling around me. Next we'll find out there's a whole secret society of warlocks or angels are real or something. I've given up on making sense of the world. I just can't believe whatever happened last night managed to convince even you. I'm as surprised as you are, Avery, but I'm not about to reject something that I and a bunch of other people directly experienced. Damn, I wish I was there. I don't think you would do. Everyone other than Tabitha in Isa wound up getting possessed. It was awful. You're kidding me. Tabitha went ghost hunting with you? I didn't invite her, but that's kind of beside the point. Let me know next time something like that happens. It looks like you made it out on the other side okay. I'd love to try out being possessed, as long as I knew it would stop eventually. No comment. Avery pauses for a second. I've been seeing those little blob guys everywhere. Should I be concerned? Not a big deal. Hit them with a stick or something. I punched one and left an imprint on my fist on its face. Wayne stepped on one and it exploded. They're not very threatening. Maybe they're not threatening to you. You're kind of ripped, but who's Wayne? It's a long story, and the ditchlings seem kind of fragile, but I don't know. They've also been killing a frightening amount of wild animals, so I think part of their whole thing is strength in numbers. Which means she would be very worried that they're multiplying. You see, that's my worry. They don't have to be strong if they're many. Once there are enough of them, I'm not so sure people would be able to fight them off on their own. At least not with sticks. Doesn't matter how much someone works out. What do they do when they get you? Do they eat you or something? I think they lay eggs in you. At least that's what's been happening to the animals we've seen. Oh, that's not as bad as I thought. I could probably handle that. Are you joking? Look, if they need a warm place to puppet? Oh, no. And I have skin to spare, who am I to deny them? Oh, that's so gross. The thought of feeling something like wriggling under your skin, stealing your nutrients until they eventually erupt out of you? Ooh, Kanika shudders. Sounds like the miracle of life to me. You're yanking us around, right? Maybe. Anyways, shouldn't get off topic. You wanted to chat? What do you make of all the stuff going down with the miners? The strike? I'm all for it. The workers seem to be pretty split. It might be an uphill struggle for them, but I'm glad they decided to set up shop in the diner. We're happy to support in any way we can, even if it's just by making sure they have a steady supply of caffeine. He can handle it. Yeah, he can handle anything. Apparently. What's a strike? Didn't you tell me about the strike in the first place? And talk to the workers about it? I am good at pretending to know things. I'm just repeating what Tabitha said. I don't really know about these things. You poor thing. Good job playing along, Isa. Now you just never ask questions that give you away. That's how you blend in with the people who do know things. Yes, united the workers are strong. Many fists form a big fist. Then why the hell did you tell Harrison not to join the strike? Do you have any idea where Stella might have went? Nope, not at all, but I'll let you know if I hear something. Last night wasn't a deal for all of us. I think she was especially shaken up. She just ran off without saying anything and we're pretty worried. I mean, outside of the ditchlings? Don't think they're supernatural, but haven't seen Julius since Tuesday, which is pretty unusual. He never skips the diner 2 days in a row unless he's out of town or something. Maybe he is, I don't know him well enough that he shares his weekend plans with me. He's probably taken the pumpkin and gone to the fair with it to get a blue ribbon. That's all it is. Julius Tremaine, the guy has been accused of stealing the Callaway giant pumpkin. Oh, he has. Oh no. They really love that pumpkin. Bo comes by my garden sometimes, and it was all he could talk about for the past month. Poor kid. Julius is missing. Noted. I don't like the thought of more people disappearing right now. Like I said, he might just be out of town. But he's kind of an old dude. Maybe it couldn't hurt to have somebody check on his house, if he's there or not. I'll try and do that before my shift tomorrow. Now let's get back to it. Totally, I'm sure you're both anti to go looking for Stella. I won't keep you. So, off to the mines then. Still no sign of Stella and we're tired. But this time it's persistent. The weakness in your knees returns, your air's filled with static and you can feel yourself swaying. Unable to control your body. It seems the toll of the pact you made last night is finally catching up with you. Hey, Isa, are you okay? Nope. Oops. Your body crumples to the ground. Oh shit, the general store just around the corner. Let's get you inside. The bells of the general store chime welcomely. As Kanika drags you across the threshold, you faintly make out the unintelligent mumbling of what must be voices, and then you fade out once again. You come to sit in a tea room. Kanika nowhere to be seen. This is new. Sybil sits across from you, concern in her eyes as she watches you regain consciousness. It's dark here, the sunlight filtering through the heavy curtains, weak and watery, partially supplemented by the bright grow lights upon the plants in the corner. Welcome back. It looks like just you or me for now. Kanika is getting some much overdue bed rest upstairs. I went ahead and made you some tea there. It should help a bit with your condition. Your eyes drift down to the cup of freshly brewed tea in front of you. It smells light and citrusy, with undertones of decaying earth. Don't expect you to change your grey hairs back, but at the very least it should make it easier for your mind and spirit to adjust to some of the physical changes you've gone through. Hopefully you'll be a little less exhausted and a little less prone to passing out. And when you're finished, we can use the leaves for reading, on the house, of course. Until then, why don't we just chat? So should we sip this tea? I have a run where we did not sip the tea. And I don't know, why does she look cross-eyed at us at the moment? Do we sip the tea? I guess we could use whatever's in that tea. We sip our tea. Sipping it delicately, the citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. So how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned is handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one that most folks could afford. They had to figure out their own medicine. The other day you promised to tell me what was it? Unsavory tales of my mom's youth? Most certainly did. I might have been exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. I'm prone to do that. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Perlan was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine, which is to say she was not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other scarlet, so her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite a rebel. So, why were they raised by Perlan? Wait, why were they raised by... Yeah, she dies in birth, doesn't she? Yeah, her mother died too young. She died with twins. What about my grandma? There isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The eldest died when the girls were still children. Edward never spoke about them, nor did your mother. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Did they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Might have been Stuart, or something just as forgettable. From what Vivian said, her father was some kind of teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian though. Although she was much older, I believe she was the one who ended it, with that skipping... What with skipping town and all. What happened when she found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. She was actually being handed a death sentence. Maybe it was a fear from what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night when she came to me, it stuck in my mind. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. Quit yanking me around. If you have something to tell me, just say it. Still need your tea leaves first. I have a piece of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help to give me the full picture. The tea is delightful. And now we have tea leaves to read. Sybil wasn't lying when she said it would help your condition. You still feel aged and worn, but you feel a little less tired and mentally sharper than you were just a few minutes ago. Oh good, I'm glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now, on to business. That annoys me. I changed that earlier today and it hasn't changed. Meh. Sybil takes a cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. Remind me later to check if we got hourglass in the previous one, when we didn't give up our life. All of these means death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may at the very least be able to figure out what it is. There's a central figure here, a cat, an enemy lurking in plain sight. I know you're not the cat. I suppose you don't. Though I think it wouldn't exactly warn you about itself. Cat in plain sight? Frou-frou. Still, you can't rule anyone out. Even the old woman with the tea obsession. You don't have to figure out the answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on your guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. Frou-frou. We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and that it's connecting to some hidden enemy. Perhaps we can try and counteract whatever might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stone carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think likely they have something to do with this. Once the cat reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek the carvings out, piece together what you can from visions, and arm yourself with information. If I still later, maybe you can find it. It's important to find seeing what's hiding inside the clinic. But bad stuff always happens around them. What happens around these stones could not be anywhere close to what could happen if we let the danger encroaching on both you and this town act unopposed. The witchlings are multiplying. A good cat lets you pet it. She's evil. But we're kind of getting to her, though. She wasn't fully against us petting her last time. This is all going to come to a head, and it might just be a question of how prepared you are when it comes. Learning whatever you can could save your life, even if you're faced with more ghosts or goals along the way. I think that is all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. You helped last night? I don't want her coming. Thanks, I'll let you know if I find anything. Glad to hear it. I hope all goes well and I wish you luck. Hopefully you won't need it. Thanks again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. Well, I kind of collapsed, didn't I? With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Don't trust the evil cat. Sybil closes the door to the tea room. The bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. Is your mom a witch? Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, I would. Miles ignores you. You seen the weird rocks around? Yeah, you. It's a very sick born you should be best to do this with. Return. Let's just go to the clinic. It's time we got to the bottom of what's behind that door. You make your way up the familiar hill past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. It isn't long before you find yourself outside Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. Even at the bottom of the hill you can feel his presence, like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. It is time for your checkup. Yeah, but go see the doctor. You already have an appointment, you might as well just walk into the clinic and see Dr. Kelly. You can figure out the rest of your investigation later. Haven't done that yet. You open the door to the clinic. It creaks loudly on its hinges. The interior feels surprisingly modern compared to its exterior, though you can still glimpse the ornate bones of a building peeking through in the decorative molding and overly complicated banister lining the stairway. You can feel that odd sensation again. The nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. But before it can drag you far into the clinic, Dr. Kelly puts aside her paperwork and makes her way down the hall. Her expression is still as exasperated as ever, despite the fact that she's the one that asked you to take time out of your day to come here. You made it. Good. The exam room is just this way. You don't need a doctor's appointment, you just need to find whatever's been calling you here. Can you give me a tour first? No. I barely have enough time to give you in this exam, and there's really not much to see anyway. It's an old building, but that doesn't mean it's anything special. Now come on, the exam room is this way. Into the clinic exam room we go. Just gonna start with some general diagnostics, but I'd also like to do some blood work today if you're amenable to that. She presses a cold metal over stethoscope to your chest. You haven't heard from Stella, right? Dr. Kelly briefly removes the stethoscope from your chest. She's still missing? I haven't seen her. I'll make sure to check with Reese. I know he hears from her pretty frequently. But let's finish this up first. Did you say blood work? I hate needles. Yes, unless you don't want to know what's wrong with you, I'm gonna need to draw some blood. Why are the toughest looking people always the biggest babies around needles? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? It's easier to be nice to people and not worry about making my son ill, and you're just here for a checkup. Let the doctor work. You quietly let Dr. Kelly work. Have you always had a heart murmur? No doctor has ever said you have a heart murmur. Before you can answer, she attaches the blood pressure cuff to your arm, inflating it with a few quick pumps of the bulb. The ends of your finger tingle numbly as the cuff constricts. I have a heart murmur? Is that bad? So it is new. I suppose you could have developed it at any time since your last checkup, but it's something that sometimes happens with age. Okay, we have an ad break. You know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, I also was like, did you just talk while she was listening to your chest? That will blow out your ears. I'm gonna go for a little stretch, go grab myself something extra to drink, and go get my 8 o'clock medicine because it's 7:50. And we'll be right back after that, so 2-3 minute break, just stretch, walk around a bit, flap your arms, pet the cat, go, yay! Be right back. There we go. Cat has been petted, body's been stretched, pills have been brought, drink have been refilled. We Gucci. We good. Well, I mean, we might not be good, right? I suppose you could have, yeah, that's, you said it's something that happens with age. Though, developing one overnight, along with new wrinkles and grey hair, is not something that happens. The pressure on your arm finally releases, blood rushes back into your fingertips. Your blood pressure is fine, but it's higher than I expect from someone with your level of fitness. Let me know if you feel any pain. The doctor leans over you, using her forefingers to prod your abdomen. She steadies you with a gentle hand on your shoulder. We can flirt later. I'm interested in your thoughts about folks around town. Really don't need to small talk. Do you know Sybil well? Small talk it is then. I need to small talk, I'm sorry. I know as well as anybody else. She's yet another resident of Scarlet Hollow who should really come to see me more often, but she has her own ideas about health. She seems to think drinking a gallon of tea a day will grant her immortality. I'm sure I'll be seeing more of her when she realizes that's not the case. Did you know my mom well? I did. Ooh. Hello. This is new. We were friends growing up. She was sarcastic but nice. I liked that about her. A hell of a lot more pleasant to be around than her sister. So what do you think of Perlan? What do you think of Perlan? Vivian and I used to joke that she was the evil twin, though I'm not sure you can call it a joke if it's just true. Ooh, there's a smile too. Sorry, I really shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Do you know any history about my family? Of course I do. Folks who are here learn all the important myths about your family. The whole bootstrap thing with Silas, the founding of the town of the mighty Andrew J. Scarlet, and of course the big collapse, and the evil Charles Shaw who gets all the blame. Your family's a big deal in this town, of course, I know about them. Only as much as anyone else, though. I'm not really into local history. Do you have something against me? When I first showed up, you were kind of scary, and you still are. The doctor sighs, and you feel like the jabs to your torso gets a little softer. Yeah, people tell me that. I'm a brusque person. It's just part of who I am. I don't mean to come off as rude. Plus, Stella and Kanika showing up with you in tow meant that I would have to be a tough parent and turn you all away. And I hate having to do that. It probably made me even pricklier than I have to be. In my defense, I'm just being protective of Reese's health. Reese's health is at a difficult point and probably will be for the rest of his life. It means I have to be more strict than I like. But I'm sorry I let that impact the way I've spoken to you. I'll try and be more thoughtful. I'd like to know more about the clinic. Well, it was an old hospital during the Civil War. Then one of those clear air clinics. And around the time of the collapse, it was converted back into a hospital. Yes, the abs. This is interesting though, because we find the old hospital behind the wall. Time of collapse converted into the hospital, but lost most of its funding as people left town, so it was just a doctor's office. With an astronomical heating bill and a massive windows and glass doors makes this an icebox in the winter. Sounds like a big ghost city. Ever seen any? No. And neither has Rhys, so don't try to weasel away into seeing me again under the guise of asking if we've seen any dead soldiers, miners, or whatever. What happened here after the Sean mine collapsed? I suppose the only thing I know is that the average resident of the holler might not, is the collapse was the reason this was converted into a proper hospital. The wounded were brought here, where there were beds and medical supplies, and that pushed out the last dregs of the clean air cooks. Nobody thought the air here was that clean after the coal mine collapsed, filled it with ash. And the theory was already on its way out at that point. It's supposed to be a big stone carving hidden somewhere in the clinic. Where would that be? More of that carving nonsense. Okay, I don't even know where your angle would be with this one. I've never seen any big stone carvings around here, and of course I wouldn't know if someone hides something like that. And I don't have time to show you around for some little investigation. I'm not a tour guide. After this I need to re-sterilize the room, and then I've got paperwork to do for the rest of the day. Okay, I tried. Have you seen the ditchlings yet? Maybe I've seen some weird things outside the window? I don't know what they are. I won't jump into conclusions, but there is definitely some weird stuff going around town that defies logic. You're proof enough of that. Third, how are my abs looking? Not bad, right? Not bad, right? Yes, you're very fit, even for if you aged a decade overnight. But you know, I'm just not palpating for fun, right? This is my job and I take it seriously. Not just for fun, huh? This might be one of those ego boosts you needed today. But I'd like to check out your lungs. Can you breathe into this for me? Make sure you keep a tight seal on it. Place the mouthpiece against your lips. Now blow out hard and keep going until you're out of air, okay? You do your best, but you can tell your lungs aren't quite what they used to be. Okay. Yeah, that's what I expect given everything else. Again, I don't have data from before, but judging by your age and what I'm able to tell from a quick once-over, it looks like you're the equivalent of at least a decade older, and not a good decade. I'm guessing the blood work's gonna show about the same. She goes to the drawer and retrieves a needle. Are you going to be brave for me? Getting blood work done now is very important. Okay, Doc, stick me with it. You'll barely feel it, I promise. She inserts the needle. She was wrong. You definitely felt it. But it doesn't last long. The needle slides back out quickly and she puts a cotton ball on the tiny hole under your skill, pasting a band-aid over to seal your vital juices. There, see? That's all we had to do. Not that bad at all. Alright. That's all I can do for now. I'll make sure to notify you when I get the results. And I'll send them to your GP. You have a regular doctor back home, right? Of course I do. Good. You're in for a real shock when you come back home, that's for sure. You're free to go. You know how to find the door. She starts busying herself with cleaning her equipment. She'll be distracted for at least a few minutes. We got a checkup. Yay! Good, your appointment is done and you're free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You've been caught by the pull of the object, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around the corner towards the dark doorway under the stairs. It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. Hello. He dead. Ethan? He squints and seemingly unsure whether you're the same person he met yesterday. What are you doing in the morgue? I'm sorry, I have to. Hi. Hey. We can go, monster. I don't think we can get her. It's Mom. It would be fun, though, flirting with both. Sorry, this must look kind of weird. I promise I'm not secretly dead already or something. Sometimes I just come down here to practice. Rehearse. If you are a living corpse, that wouldn't be a deal breaker. Shall we go for a monster with a decade older person for fun? Rehearse being dead, 100%. Why not? Let's have fun. If you are a living corpse, that wouldn't be a deal breaker. That's good to know. I'm still not, but I'm glad I haven't managed to scare you off. It's not often I get to meet new people. Especially people I would like to know better. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance, and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. Touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, you okay? It loosens its pull on us. Sorry. Kind of looked possessed for a second there. You good? Make him understand. There's some kind of magic shit going on. It tells me I need to be behind that wall. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a... I don't think it takes you anywhere either, but I can always read up, and if I can always do a secondary run. Just to, you know, get with the dock. It's probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure that the mirror's in the axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the dock out of her hair. Should take 2 seconds. Why use axes when I have arms? Why not just break wall with fist? I'm not an expert, but I'm guessing it would be more efficient for you to use those big arms with wield an axe. Be right back. Maybe the next one. In this one she has a lot to deal with. Just a slight bit. Well, maybe when we get chapter 5 and if we find that there is a route where we can basically have a bit of fun with her, yeah, sure, why not? He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep and faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. Hear a soft voice filtering through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for the effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mom. He coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. I still feel like shit, but I think we can finally try and keep some juice down. Looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I just picked some up. I got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice and some ginger ale, too. That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy. It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strange while I'm gone. Just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy. You hear the footsteps move down the hall, and then the front door opening and closing. It worked! The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in his place. Come on up. We don't have long until she's back. As you step to the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. It's one of those emergency fire axes. It should be pretty obvious where it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. Let's try the office first. Make our way to the doorway, her now vacant office. No axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but a stack of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye, some sort of record with your family name on them. Never gonna read them. You stop in the doorway, turning to watch you leave through the documents. Find something interesting? They're your family's death certificate. Perlan, sleep apnea, discovered by Tabitha. Middle name is Chrysanthemum. I wonder if she hookers her with that mouthful. I think it's pretty. Edwardine. Heart failure, signed by Perlan. Echoes. Cause of death, fall from cliff. Organ sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report looks ancient. Flip to the rest of them. Theodore Scarlet, the cause of death, crushed in a mine collapse, body not recovered. Light. Joseph Scarlet died. Yeah, those both died in Normandy. Infant boy Andrew Charles Scarlet was Edwardine Scarlet, who had a stillborn son. Complication during birth, doctor not present, home burial. Also lies. Is it that person maybe that's living in the house with Tabitha? The unborn child? Either that or is Alexandra Scarlet. Missing, presumed dead. Maybe that's the person, actually. That's maybe the second person that lives in the house. Alexandra, the owner of the doll. She's still playing with her doll. I think we might be onto something. Maribel Scarlet, born September 3rd, 1946. Aged 17. Oh yeah, so she's the one who died during childbirth. It's a lot of kids to outlive, yeah. As I flick up the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front door handle being turned. His hand is on your shoulder before you even register what's happening, and you're pushed back and out of view of the front door. Shit, I'm not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide. You hurry to the closet door, motioning you inside. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heels. We let him in, of course. Together you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper in the clinic. In the silence of the tiny closet, every breath seems as loud as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear from whenever she was across the house. You better wait a second, just in case. You're momentarily distracted from the danger at hand by Reese's sudden closeness. It's almost strange to be here with him after the way he's hidden away from the first few days. Away from the first 2 days of your week in Scarlet Hollow. It made him into a seeming mythical figure. A tragic artist wasting away in a basement guarded by a tyrannical warden. Now he's right in front of you, and flesh-blood human being, one you could reach out and touch if you so desired. There is no one I'd rather be stuck in an enclosed space with. Reese tenses, his eyes dart to you. You can tell he's trembling slightly in the gloom, the air between you practically vibrating. You mean that? I do. I like you, and not platonically. He stares down at you, seemingly in shock. You see a blush rise in his cheeks, and then he tears himself away from your gaze, trying to hide his face under the guise of staring out into the office beyond. I feel the same way. Yay, monster romance incoming. His voice is almost imperceptibly quiet, his words struggling to be heard over the footsteps that once again echo down the hallway outside. The footsteps return, they get louder, approaching the open office door, and then they stop. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. We're in the clear. Probably got a minute or two until you come back, so let's make it count. The medical supply room is probably our best bet. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably a room full of chemicals. This way. He motions down the hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door of what you assume to be the supply room. Yes, there it is. Keys. There we go. He rushes over to the cabinet that contains the bright red axe, pulling the glass door open. Your axe. Now we can... Reese pauses, turning to listen intently. That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. I'll run interference, go downstairs, quick. You can hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. You follow Reese's instruction, once again staring down the basement, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. So they don't get the berries, the thingies, tell him that he's being poisoned. Now I wonder what that changes. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right, we did already have the juice, it was just in the back of the fridge, but there's no harm in having extra. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to get rest. Oh, I'm just going to chill in the morgue. I got my speaker, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out that industrial clanging you listen to. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels claustrophobic right now. Get a castor plant. Maybe there is no conflict this time. That would be really, really interesting, wouldn't it? He didn't see it. He didn't take it, as far as we know. Okay, I'll let you know when there's time for dinner. You hear the door close, and the sound of Reese descending down the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below. Hey. Let's do it. Wait, I have to. Listen to the music that sounds like a wall being broken down? Of course I do. I'm sad all the time. Glad my taste in music is finally coming in handy. It's exactly the cover we need. Let's do this. Have at it. Donk, donk, donk. You approach the far end of the morgue, axe practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. It's like cutting through butter. You were right, you could have torn through this with your bare hands. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall to admire your effort. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. No wonder they have we know why they have a bill the size of probably a hospital for the house, because it's just been closed off. It's not been done anything proper. It's still all there. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back here. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthly mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. Lovely. And with the stink of grave-like beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward, and you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall. His voice sounds distant. Your sole focus is finding it. Your feet move without prompting as you stumble down the hallway towards the far wall, barely registering the antique clutter as you stagger past it. Whoa, are you okay? Nah. You don't respond, and you don't bother retrieving the axe. The wall is rotten. Water damage has eaten away at the wood over the course of knowable years. The planks are nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Calm down, Teddy. Wasn't Teddy dead? Pretty sure they said Teddy was dead. In those files we just looked at. I'm going to have to go into this thing and actually check what the paper said, and then check what this says. I've been doing my own research. I found us an alternative. We don't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. I went to talk with the witch. A witch? But that's nonsense. It's alright. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. What the hell did they do? Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two for you to reorient yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. Hey, I was worried you slipped into a coma or something. You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay? Wait, nothing spooky happened? The mountain didn't collapse on us? No ghost? No, nothing. Just fell down, twitched a little, and you seemed stable. I carried you back here. You carried me? Through the hole in the wall and back up a bunch of stairs. What? It wasn't super far or anything. I just picked you up and carried you. I might be sick a lot, but it doesn't mean I'm made of paper. I can still do things normal people can do. Normal people can't pick me up like I'm a child. It must be really strong. Really? I hope you find that impressive. Yes. Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? No, I snuck you back in the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. Figured you wouldn't want to come to in the morgue. I had a vision. Like a hallucination? I have those sometimes too. I had a lot as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. I think these are visions of things that's actually happened. Whoa. I wonder if you see anything else if you went back in there. Or if there's more around town. Maybe if you just collect them all, you finally unravel whatever the mystery is. Seems fun. So, what now? We might be stuck down here for a little bit. The doc is on the warpath up there. I refuse to take my medicine and she's not happy about it. But why does he do that now then? I went ahead and blocked the door. She can't get down there. No, I just have to wait her out. Why didn't you take your medicine exactly? Because it makes me feel like shit. I was fine yesterday until the doc made me take my pills. I was fine all day today. What's the harm in going a day without, right? Now that I'm not taking it, it's like all these little weird memories have come rushing back. Bad memories. There will be conflict then. I don't think the dog's a good person. I don't think she wants me to be healthy. I don't think she wants me to see people. And now that I'm waking up to that truth, I don't think there's any going back for either of us. You blocked the door? It's just a precaution. I don't think I can underestimate her at this point. For the first time in a while, I don't feel like roadkill. I'd rather keep it that way. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed by it, because it would be so interesting if this path didn't end up with the conflict. Oh well. There is apparently no way around the conflict. I don't need her coming down there and forcing any medicine on me and doing God knows what to you to keep you quiet. Heck yeah, sleepover. Yeah, I was also looking kind of forward to it, like have a completely different, but apparently not. That's right, we can totally make the best of the whole situation. Maybe we can have a movie marathon. Okay, there's an ad, so we're gonna take a tiny little break again. But yeah, I kind of imagine it being... I really imagine us not getting a conflict. And in all honesty, that would have been so awesome to not have conflict. But alas, we will have conflict regardlessly. Sad but true. Wonder what prompted that decision though. Maybe, yeah, I still hope that there might not be, but I have a feeling that Wayne is gonna come, and he is what basically triggers it, isn't he? He's gonna come to find us, and that triggers him, and he will go and take out his mom. Now, what I did in the other run I have, where I'm basically, yeah, his girlfriend, which will probably be in this one too. I just stayed down here and let him go do whatever he wanted to do with his mother. So we're not gonna do exactly the same. Maybe there's some way we can stop it. Kind of like we did when we were hot, right? Maybe we can stop him from attacking his mom. By telling, by asking nicely. We'll see. We'll wait until she's asleep, then let's at least get out of the basement, and we can figure out what to do from there. Let's find a distraction until it's safe to leave. A distraction seems like a good idea. You can probably tell I'm getting a little jittery. It doesn't feel awful, to be honest. You could always draw me. If you're sure okay with sitting for a portrait, I'd love to draw you. There's a quality to drawing that's almost like catching memories, as sappy as that probably sounds. But this can be a sort of a snapshot of the night my life turned around. It's definitely a memory worth holding on to. I'll get you to the chair. He excitedly hurries across the room, pulling up a couple of chairs. You can see the difference in his energy. Now that he hasn't had his daily dose of poison, he's more talkative, less slouched, his long limbs no longer perpetually tucked at his sides. May I touch your face? You don't even have to ask permission. He places a gentle hand on your jaw, tilting your head slightly to the side. His fingertips are warm on your cheek, the sensation of the light touch lingering on your skin as he pulls away. Perfect. He pauses for a moment, his eyes locking with yours, a palatable tension filling the room. I never did this one. You reach up and gently take his hand in yours. Do we kiss him? Maybe you could study my face more closely. Rhys stands shook still as you lean towards him, a slight nervous tremor in his shoulders, his cheek flushed red with more liveliness than you thought his sickly pallor could muster. You can see the disbelief in his eyes, the anticipation. He reaches back up to you, his fingertips resting lightly on your cheek, trembling against you. He leans forward. And there's a knock on the window. God damn it! Isa, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. Excuse me? Nobody asked you to get in the way here, Wayne. That voice. I know that voice, but you don't know Wayne. Is that who's been following you around? I know. You realize that, it's not gonna end that way, but I was hoping to sneak a kiss though. Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the window. Good luck, freak. That glass is shatterproof. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside, we're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. Why did he call you that thing? Because he's some kind of monster and he wants me dead. Can't you feel that? The murderous intent is practically oozing out of him. I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cover in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect both of us, Isa. And be changed. The window shatters. And Reese goes into hyper mode. As Reese tears at his clothes, paint bubbles out from the canvases. His ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Grab my hand, I'll pull you out. No, thank you. Leave us alone. Hi, handsome. In a surge of violence, the change that has been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off and Wayne along with it. We aren't safe, but I feel strong now. I think I can save us. Stay here. I'll be right back. I just have to deal with the dark. So I stayed here last time, which means she basically gets ripped to pieces. Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with the smears. Oh, there's so many choices. Do we call Tabitha? Do we call her for help, or do we not this time around, maybe? Don't call Tabby. Try and warn her then? You're not sure who to help? Best to follow Reese and see how things... Yes. You make your way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday. All intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads. And you know that secret stone has lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading to the house, proper into the doctor's office, there's a monster, preparing to do something unthinkable. You grasp the handle and turn. Duck. Roll out of the way. Let's do the powerful. You're quick to follow her command, your body falling forward and rolling gracefully out of harm's way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud, there's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. You turn to see the dart embedded in Reese's chest. He pulls a tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system. You're gonna have to try harder than that, you beach. How did you? As if you'd hoped to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between the cracks of the wood, Reese's panic pulling in a mob of furious smears to hold his enemies in place. The artist darts away, but the smears continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway, and Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by the stiffening globs of paint. Ooh, run to the morgue and grab the axe? That's a new one. Shall we? Shall we go grab ourselves an axe? You need to arm yourself. You rush to the morgue, practically flying down the steps. The axe is still lying on the floor when you and Reese left. You pick it up. A feeling of safety settles in your chest as you grip the wooden handle. At least if you have to fight, you are prepared. Hey! Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. You, Isa. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but I can help the both of us. You survived. What is going on? I think you can probably put that together. I need you to get the medical storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. Axe in hand, you rush up the stairs from the morgue and into the medical storage room. I'm here. Great, now listen to me. I need you to use the black tape duct-taped key to get into the cabinet and bring the elephant tranquilizers. It's a bottle labeled carfentanil. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't gonna cut it anymore. An intercom system, Doc. Good, you should hear this. Easy, I don't have to do anything she says. I'm not gonna hurt anyone else, just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just gonna shoot me full of elephant tranquilizer. Did I hear that right? And shove me back down into the basement. Or maybe someplace even worse, and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now. Not dangerous, she's just scared because she knows she finally has to pay for what she's taken from me. It looks amazing too, I know. He has a point, Doc. You can't be serious, look at him, he's dangerous, he's going to kill me. You're the one to talk, Doc. How come you know there isn't anyone else whose treatments you've taken into your own hands? You've done it once, what's to stop you from lying to someone else, stepping in to treat them as you see fit regardless of what they want for themselves? I thought I was gonna die every day. Do you have any idea what it's like to give in to your own mortality like that? It wasn't living, that's for sure. It wasn't even surviving. It was just... I weighed enough. Absolutely charming, yeah. Kind of horse face-ish? Reese cries out in pain. Ah, what the hell did you do to my shoulder? They're trying to get somewhere safe until then. The two stagger off down the hallway. Quick, grab the tranquilizer and head to the safe room. Oh, wow. Do I help Reese fight Wayne? I am very curious. I am extremely curious right now. Should we try and help Reese fight Wayne? Or do we just grab the tranquilizers and run? I don't know. Why would you? But yes, do it. I mean, we just flirted with the boy. We basically almost kiss him and Wayne comes in there and ruins our first kiss. I think that's fightable reason. And what help Reese? The grip on the axe tightens, the wooden handle rough against your collar's palms. You do your best to catch up with the dueling figure, but it isn't long before you feel like lead weight. Your lungs are starved for breath. You're just not up to the task. When did you make your way to the safe room? Okay, so that's another bad idea. We don't have any tranquilizers now, so I guess we're just gonna have to hope that we can talk Reese out of it, right? As your approach, Dr. Kelly heaves the door open, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint. Hurry, I don't think I can keep it open for long. You slip past her into the safe room. We're too old to manage. Makes me wonder if we would manage. Oh, god damn it. There's so many more playthroughs I can do with this. If we're powerful, but we don't fix the ghost problem. Or we have Tabby fix the ghost problem for us. We're such good friends with Tabby that she takes the blame. Right? Then we would be here with full strength, and I wonder if that would change anything. They have a flirt option here, if I remember correctly. Okay. We'll see. Swish. She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. Sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. We probably have a few minutes before they get here. What is this room? We know this, but... Old X-ray room, lead wall. After I realized the whole situation was a possibility, I had the door reinforced with special remote control locks. Glad it could finally come in handy. You didn't walk me to the door after my exam earlier. You must have known I might have been looking for something. Why didn't you make me leave? There's something about keeping secret for so long, it makes you paranoid. It makes you do things you know are objectively wrong just to maintain the illusion of your life. It isolates you. At some point you just don't want to be alone anymore, whether you realize it or not. So you get sloppy, you leave things around you shouldn't. Because that destructive little part of you that wants to test the limits of how obvious you can be before somebody is able to put two and two together. Not blind, I can see that things are happening in Scarlet Hollow. Unusual things. I guess subconsciously I must have decided if there was ever a time to let someone else in, it would be now. Let's talk, Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead. Nothing left to hide. When did you find out? Little of this hit puberty. He had all the usual changes, then a few extra thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. I figured he might have some kind of genetics disorder. I had him checked out a few specialists, but there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed, right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now, just a couple of inches and some facial abnormalities, enough to be noticeable. I was scared. He could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off, maybe hallucination, but the second time wasn't as subtle, and it didn't go away as easily. That's when I knew that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. How did he not know what he was? Been medicating him since he was 12. We only had 3 incidents like this, maybe 4, depending on what count. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand that at first that it looks different. And I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now, there's only so much I can do to control him. What is he? At first I thought he was some kind of a werewolf, but if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him, and if you've seen what he looks like, it's just weird. Almost wish I could examine him when he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him or his body when his body does it. She's pretty hell-bent on ripping out my throat, so I guess I'll just have to remain a mystery. Was his dad similar? A strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. I wish I knew. This just kinda happened. I wasn't seeing anyone, I just woke up pregnant one day. I know how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. I keep having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams, apparently not. But then all of a sudden my period stops. Yeah. Sleep paralysis, romantic dreams, and then you're pregnant. Yeah. Sorry, honey. You were fucked by a ghost, apparently. Virgin Mary, is that you? Yeah, or, you're fucked by an entity. In your romantic dream, but. Or in your but. Then all of a sudden my period stopped, got morning sickness, and 9 months later Reese happens. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready, but he made me love being a mom. And it's not like it was going to be sunshine and roses forever. No matter what, kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worst. This is part of being a mom too, doing what you can to make sure your child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. How do you know he's dangerous? Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number 1. It's not like he's usually a violent kid, he's mostly just sad, but every now and then when we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Imagine if it happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine if he gets road rage one day, turn into a 12-foot tall monster with a million teeth, and rip somebody apart in a major metropolitan area. Yeah, he's dangerous. He's been kind to me. Yeah, and Bundy was kind to the people he picked up on the side of the road, then he slaughtered them. He's a really sweet kid most of the time, but I can't let that overshadow the violence he's capable of. So, what's the game plan? Short and long term. Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers and I lock him in here, then somehow convincing to see things from my perspective. Now we all live happily ever after. I see no flaws with this plan. Sarcasm, that's so Scarlet of you. It's okay, I know it's not a perfect plan, but it's better than the alternative of being torn to shreds by my own kid, or having to figure out how to kill someone I love who may or may not be unkillable. While we're at it, any other secrets you're keeping? You have it all. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all of this shit out loud. Okay, no flirting. There's a sound of distant breaking glass cut through the silence in the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Dr. Kelly opens the door, the two of you stare out in the hallway. I wonder if we can stop him just by having like a romance with him. She has all the responsibility on her shoulder. Hello. Hi there. Look at that face though. Is this what you were so afraid of? Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. But you didn't take the tranquilizers, did you? Do nothing. Come on, what's the holdup? You stumble back into the safe room, away from the open door into Kelly. Your axe is falling from your hands as you do so. You didn't get them, did you? She lets out a strangled laugh. Reese pushes his now massive form into the safe room, staring down at his mother. Excuse me, Reese? Yum. Did his mouth just become like 50 times bigger? I'm sorry, we need to do this and that. No, wait. There. Oh, actually it's F12, isn't it? There. He's grown just by being angry, I think. Nah. Sorry, we're just gonna keep watching. Hey. So we did have 0 chance to talk him out of it. Okay. Well then, that was quick. And then he shrinks. Wait, what? Sorry, that was very quick shrinking. Matricide is finally over. Oh well. Huh. Fancy. I wish I had saved before that point, actually. Before we didn't get the tranquilizers. Ah, there's so many paths to take. Damn it. Oh well. This game has too many paths. I want to see them all. Romantic arc with the guy we're talking to and we'll lock you out of a romantic arc. Well, that's fine. Explore. Welcome to the Dead Moms Club. I'm sorry, I have to. Guess we'll get there eventually, right? That was sooner rather than later. No way was I getting out of here as long as she was around. I mean, look at this room. A prison cell, ready for its occupant. Good thing she never got a chance to use it. What happened to Wayne? Wayne. Oh. Push him out the window. Careful around him. Messed up my shoulder somehow. Still isn't working right. He's evil. Really evil. He hates me, I could feel it. It almost seemed like you recognized him. Maybe there's something familiar about him, like I've met him before, the way he talked, but I don't know for sure. Sorry, it's been a long day. We're gonna romance this boy. Because I can. You carefully pick your way across the room, trying your best to avoid the fresh blood splattered across the floor, and you kneel next to Reese. You can see a sadness in his eyes, staring into yours from its inhuman face. I mean, that's not his inhuman face. That's just like the slightly changed face compared to the face we just saw eating his mama. I mean, that was an inhuman face. This isn't an inhuman face. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. That would be interesting. You lean in and wrap your arms around him. It takes him a moment to react, seemingly shocked at your touch. But his arms fall around you, his wide palms pressing gently to him, holding him against his bony chest. He's still partly, but compared to what he was when angry with his mom, this is kind of like nothing in comparison. He has the elf ears that she said. And whatever that is, I think that's what Wayne did. His shoulders shake in your grip. You realize he's crying. Aww. Poor boy. And then the glowing eyes. He breaks away. Isa, I'm sorry I had to be here for this. But thank you. Thank you for understanding me. I need to get out of here. Go someplace where there isn't any memories, but I'll see you soon. And then he breaks out of your embrace and stumbles out of the safe room, his footsteps getting faster and faster as he runs into a new life. Shell-shocked, you stumble out of the clinic and into the night air. The night is oddly warm compared to the chill of the day, crickets singing quietly in the sleepy little neighborhood. Everything that happened in the clinic feels almost like a dream. And now that it's over, you realize how little it meshes with your understanding of the world. So he still gets away, and we have a monster on the loose. It's time to go home. But before you can get far, you're interrupted by the sound of panting and the telltale jingling of dog tags. It's the militia. They've poured out of the woods to stand before you on the road. You're looking for Gretchen, weren't you? We found her and her person. They're by the side of the road a little ways through the woods. They're both fine, but the human wouldn't leave when we tried to make her. And Gretchen insisted on sticking by her side. So, we'll have to take it to them. Scraps for the win. Hopefully you can use your people words to get them someplace safe. The woods are crawling with those awful creatures. It's not safe anymore, not even for a human. You are very, very good dogs. Lead the way. Yes, we're good dog. Hear that, Scraps? I'm not in it for the accolades, Daisy. I just do it to help those who needs it. You let the dogs lead you into the wilderness, following on their heels as you take you to Stella's hideaway. Very good boys. Before long, the trees thin, and you find yourself on the steep hill towards a 2-lane road lined on one side by sheer rock. And there, sitting on a log, staring mournfully out at the asphalt, is Stella. And there they are. Keep them safe. Be seeing you, Speaker. I like that they call us Speaker. You sit on a log beside Stella. Isa? That ghost really did a number on you. Do I look that bad? I thought I was kind of distinguished. You look extremely distinguished. I'm just surprised, that's all. What is this place, Stella? Why are you here? It's just a bunch of bad memories. There's nothing left to talk about. Come on, let's just go back to town. I know that, Stretch. That's time to go home, Stretch. Thank the Lord I'll be sleeping in my own bed tonight. Thank you, Isa, for talking sense into this girl. Wait, I'm gonna tell her. Before you go, I should tell you about what happened today. No? You relate the events of the evening the best you can. Saying it out loud somehow makes it feel less real, like you're sharing the plot of a horror movie, not something that actually happened to you. Oh my god. I'm just going to go ahead and lock that one away in the void. Stella scoops up Gretchen in her arms, and the three of you walk back to the town in silence. I guess I'll see you tomorrow? She gives you a tired wave before she retreats to her house. Time for you to go get home too. He appears out of nowhere, close streaked with what first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realize it's paint. Evidence of his altercation with Reese. I'll walk you. No way, dude. I'm walking home by myself. You start walking up the road, Wayne's silhouette quickly fading into the dark of the night. But it's not long before you hear the slow, methodical thuds of boots on the road behind you. You turn to confront your pursuer. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Try and throw a punch, your exhausted muscle coming together into pulling what remains of your energy into a powerful right hook. Wayne sees it coming from a mile away. He steps out of the path of your fist and you stumble, just manage to catch yourself before you fall to the ground. You should really stop trying to hit me. Even if you manage to land a blow, it wouldn't do anything. You can't hurt me. I don't know. Yeah, it's the same moaning. The same sound is made whenever you're close to Wayne. And whenever we're close to all the carvings. Especially not after what you gave up last night. I guess you're walking me home anyway. Maybe it's like Reese. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like Reese, but also different, right? He didn't like Reese. Why didn't he like Reese if they're the same thing in base? But he really doesn't like Reese at all. I rarely leave your side, you're just not always aware of it. Not much point in hiding from you all the time, especially when you're alone. It's not like you could get rid of me if you tried. And the woods are getting dark, dangerous. I'm only here to keep you safe, and to talk. Wayne just walks ahead of you in near complete silence. Did you know Reese was like that? I knew it was different. How exactly I wasn't sure, but now I know. I should be able to make quick work of him next time. Hey, that's my boyfriend. Don't be rude. And we have a small ad break again. I don't know, because you can see the face. It's clearly... When you see the face in this light, to me it looks like there's no skin left, right? Like there's just a skull with glowing eyes in it. But there also looks to be hair under there. I still want to tug that shit off him. Imagine if we could just reach out like and tug this hair off, because there it looks like there's a skeleton head. But if you look here, there seems to be a hairline of actually some hair still. The same glowy eyes. And even here is like, there seems to be some sort of skin under, and yeah, there's no nose. I'm so curious to who this guy is. I wonder how it will... I think you can't even flirt with Wayne. I haven't done that. Gosh. Should I do an extra run, I guess? Where we actually go full out flirt with Wayne? Should we romance Wayne in one? I'll do that off stream. I could. I haven't actually done that. I should. I feel like I should. I really feel like I should. I can do a very quick run of it. But which... have hot and something and just flirt our way into Wayne's heart. You can flirt with him, that playthrough of the girl romance him, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think you can. I think you can basically almost... But I like him. You shouldn't have gotten attached. I don't suspect he's long for this world. Even if I don't put him out of his misery, someone else will eventually. I thought you wanted me to stay at the state. We were free to make your own decisions, and those decisions have been made. I know that something pulls at you. I know you cannot stop until the task is finished. I'll keep you safe while you do what you must. Why are you following me around? What Stella, Kanika, Sybil? Why not Tabitha? Because you're special. But why am I so special? You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? Is this... Wait. Is this her dad? Is this our dad? We don't know who our father is. Our mom was pregnant out of wedlock. Is this our dad? Or Tabitha's dad? I was in a relationship with Tabitha. To romance our own dad feels kind of creepy though. I mean, he could be. We know nothing about our father. We only know that she got pregnant outside of wedlock, and then Vivian, our mom, basically ran off, said fuck to the world, and poof. I'm so curious now. I'm gonna do a speed run with romancing Wayne tomorrow morning, probably. First thing I do tomorrow morning is like romance Wayne. I don't need you to look after me all the time. Evidence would suggest otherwise. Whether you think you need protecting or not, I'll be there for you. I will always be there for you. It feels like a dad thing, you know? He said that we basically have ties that bring us together. Didn't see it going anywhere though? No. In that playthrough? You don't need to keep coming up with new topic of conversation to fill the silence. You're tired. It's been a long night. You should rest. Wayne remained silent for the rest of the journey back to the estate. I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. You should try and spend time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around, and too busy at the mines, forbidden places won't be forbidden without her to stop you. And you might be surprised at what you find. I can do a quick try though. Until then, sleep well. It disappears into the underbrush and go home. The estate feels empty, wind howling through its abandoned halls, the very foundations creaking beneath you. Your cousin must already have gone to bed. Go to bed. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse onto bed. The damp smell of the mattress starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow is finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You close your eyes, your exhausted body coming to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese out in the woods somewhere, blood-stained, free and beautiful. And you think of nothing. This is the end of episode 4. Hopefully soon we get episode 5, so we're gonna save. And there we have it. That's our... He missed Tabby, me too. That's still my favorite run. We didn't get to see her at all. No, we see her very little in this run. I might try something though, just for the fun of it. If we do an actual, flirt with Wayne kind of thing, I could also be friend with Tabitha at the same time. I know we got very attached to her on that run. In all honesty. What we're gonna do now though is that I'm gonna go give my boss cat his treats. And we're gonna go in here and we're gonna change our game to Play the Princess. And when we come back from our little break between games, we will be doing the thing. Yes, the cutie boss needs his treats. It's Friday after all. So we'll do this. We saved up, so we're fine. We're good. We'll leave this little game now. So we got matricide. Didn't come here to make friends. I did that earlier today on this run without thinking about it. So yeah, I will do, let's find Slay the Princess, Pristine Cut. Just start it up before I go give Boss Cat his treats. So we have a little bit of music for you guys. There's still so much though that can be done, I feel. I still am missing like 18 or 19 achievements as well in the game. It's like, come on. Are you gonna start my game? Thank you. Let's see. Francais, Espanol. Oh, we're gonna take it in English, thank you. Couldn't get the goat out. I don't know if we can get the goat out. I need to check that too. This is a horror game not intended for all audiences. Please visit our website if you need a specific list of content warning. Slay the Princess contain flickering image effect as well as parallax effect that on rare occasion has caused motion sickness in players. If either of these effects cause health issues for you, disable them in game preferences. That's nice. Well, whatever horrors you may find in those dark spaces, and have heart and see through. There is no premature ending, there is no wrong decisions, there's only fresh perspective and new beginning. This is a love story. And I think you should be able to, because that's what the beans are for. Yeah, the peanuts, you mean? Yeah, I think so. We'll have to check. Let's see. Preferences. Full screen. Thank you. Here we have it. Slay the Princess, the pristine cut. But yeah, we'll do a quick be right back. I'm gonna give Boss Cat his treats, get me some treats, you know, it's Friday. Let's have some treats. And then we'll be right back. And we'll start this adventure. Somebody will finally read for me. My voice won't be strained for the rest of the evening. Yay! 5 minutes, and then we'll see you. I came back to quite a little picture. That's funky. Is it time to slay a princess? I believe it is. Didn't watch a trailer for this one? Well, it does, doesn't it? And relaxing too. Let's see where we end up. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay. Basement of the cabin, we have a princess.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, that's doomsday for you. The end of the world, what are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to the end of the world is because she's locked up? Killing the princess seems kind of bad, doesn't it? Can someone else do this? Forget that I'm not doing this. Explore. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I always wanted to offer monarch. Viva la révolution! Reese, is that you? Sounds very... wonder if that would be Reese's voice. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
The end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
So similar to Reese's story? Yeah, really it is. Most like the narrator sounds a little bit like the guy who always narrates nature programs on BBC. Oh, what's his name again? Damn it! He's now old, but he always had this very good narrator voice. It sounds like him, right? David Attenborough. He has a David Attenborough feel. But how can a princess locked away in the basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
We're all. Do you have any evidence to back up this?
You're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
What if I don't want to? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
If she's locked up, she can't do anything.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Lies and slander.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
The metamorphical chicken or egg.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
And the princess doesn't? Can someone else do it?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules.
Oh, look at this.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Do you know? Have you
Of course I
considered?
haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
Debatable.
Maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Or what if I am? You get some sort of
You
reward.
have to slay her before you get it.
That feels like a lie.
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. But whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even
That feels like a
better
bigger
than
lie.
your wildest imagination.
I'm not
Are
doing
you
this.
serious? No, you have to do it.
Why? Okay, now we have... Could turn around and leave. Do the turn around and leave? Just because I don't trust him. Don't believe what he's saying. Let's try. Let's try for fun.
Seriously? You're just going to
Yep.
turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Anywhere is better than just slaying a princess randomly. Quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash
we had our
hands
first
of this whole
voice.
situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's gonna be a lot of voices.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads
How
to the
convenient.
cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
So what if I don't want to? I'm gonna leave again.
Really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
Yep.
It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies.
Oh,
Forever.
boo-hoo. And? Good. Maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill
When I
someone
said
for them.
everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
Nah.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
I think so too. I just want to see what happens if I keep doing it. Because I'm stubborn that
Would
way.
you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah? I get started walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm gonna just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of
There's
this
always
place.
a choice. let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize
So
that those
every path
flickers
goes to the cabin.
aren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and
Listen to the sound in the
desperately
background, that's so
trying to
cool.
draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? You're too stubborn for that, aren't you?
Nope.
It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility.
Yes.
Because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Yep.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
I love that he gets so angry with us.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Chapter 2, The Stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will
be the end of the world. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all.
I'm not.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking.
Ways of the contrarian.
Captive audience.
They have our second voice.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
Okay, that's brilliant. I'm sorry.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
Yes.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
We can't go away, though. Those walls weren't here the last time. You can't just force me to go into the cabin. Lie. Yep, okay. Heading to the cabin now, and definitely gonna slay a princess. Yeah, I get it. I'm going into the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there.
Yeah, no.
It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
The narrator here is amazing. Okay, heading to the cabin, or definitely gonna slay the princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Maybe.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
He's a contrarian. I love that you get different voices depending on what choices you make.
Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
That's so cool. That's such funky artwork.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid of feature.
Where are you lying? There's
Perched
a
on that
mirror
table
there.
is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
That's the point. Look at it. That's so funky. That's so funky. Yeah, look, even that. You can kind of almost rip the floor apart. It's just so neat, so well done.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong.
I think it's like this because we walked away from it the first round.
Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
But what if I don't want to?
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together.
Right.
Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
There's like two different walls here too. There's one of stone. This is one type of wood. That's another type of wood. A different type of stone. Completely different windows. And yet another type of stone and several types of flooring. The only thing that's the same is the door, the table and the mirror.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
Well, he's not wrong.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Quickly, huh? Sure.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine.
I like that my inner voices are even talking to each other. That's a funny little treat. So our voices are talking together.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun?
I will stretch and hydrate, Ree. Thank you. Wouldn't that be fun? Yes, it would. Mirror, posture check. Will do. Thank you.
You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror.
But there is a mirror.
The table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Oh, but there is.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Let's have a peek. Approach the
Walk
mirror.
up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Well, that's a disappointing mirror.
This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
We have a funky hand, though. That's quite a bird-like hand with feathers on the top.
But it was there a second ago.
Gone.
and now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Take the blade. Why not?
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that.
Shouldn't?
Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
That a thing? It's at the bottom.
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Nestle, you?
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better?
I don't know.
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Time to meet the princess. You ready? Could throw it out the window. He sounds like the biggest princess in the world. Yeah. We could throw it out the window. We'll save throwing it out the window for another day.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching
Oh, wow.
staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine
broke
your
it.
surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
Wobble, wobble.
The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Well, I think it's stairs. I think we broke something very badly by just not going in the first place.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
I will say that the voice of the hero is the biggest wuss here so far.
Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
I'm sorry, but that's not very heroic of you, is it?
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Oh yeah. Probably. Eeny meeny. Take the harsh stairs to the left, take the center staircase, or take the soft stairs to the right. Anyone want us to go anywhere? Center? Okie dokie.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
Doesn't everywhere take me to the princess?
And so you take one careful, focused step
Wow,
after another.
that's a lot of stairs.
1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Is it? Oh, hi.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
Well, this went quite fast.
Time disappears,
Oh, look.
and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
Our knife has changed.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Wow.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Oh, hi.
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
Apparently we found the princess.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
Our big-eyed princess, huh?
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old
That's a trip, now it's
devilish
over.
ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
We basically walked for a lifetime, sweetie.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
Lol. We lost ourselves on the way down. We don't know what we're doing.
You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Try and get our bearings.
Those
She
wobbly
seems
eyes.
normal.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Well, the narrator and the voices are chef's kiss already.
We're probably
Oh.
stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Oh dear. There's more of her.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Ooh. Gonna be a mass murder at the end of this one.
We can do that?
Funky.
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Can we put her back? Seriously? What do you mean put her back?
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
We walked away.
Does it matter?
I think it does.
Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
But there's two princesses.
Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
There must be something wrong with you.
I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
Her voice is so bored.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger.
The voices too.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
Well, we made another,
She fractures again.
so we can make more of her.
I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are.
Excuse me, but which one of them do you want me to slay?
How would we even do that? Where would we start? We would always start by stabbing her. Which her? Any of them. I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out the window. Can you imagine? I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
Nope.
Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
We're gonna make things worse. What's your name?
Princess.
Really, Princess.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
Such different personalities.
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
Is this a quiz? You're the one who came down here, and with a sharp, sharp knife, too. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
I think it's world-ending capable, yeah.
Don't be coy. We
Oh,
both know
whoa.
why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
Well, that's the world-ending part of her.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
True, true.
Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making...
Don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here.
Wait, that's not right.
That was a broken sentence. There was 3 sentences in one.
Take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying.
Like
in a
both
sickening
leaving, not
kaleidoscope
leaving, and
as your
slaying
very
her at the
self
same
is
time.
pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. All at once,
Oh
you
boy.
charge forward, knife aiming to slay the princess, just
Look
as you
at that
strike
crazy
her
look.
bindings and leave her to
That's just
languish
like, I'm
alone.
a sweetie. I'm gonna murder you, I'm gonna murder you, and I'm gonna leave you, and I left you. So we left 2 of them. We're trying to help one of them. And we're trying to kill the absolute crazy looking one and the angry one.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
I know.
But this...
Oh dear.
we can't...
Hey, the contrarian, you should just be laughing at this. Come on now.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Oh, she's converging into one.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
I'm
Luckily
not sure.
for us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
ends.
falls apart.
Well, we stabbed part of her.
I think he's gone.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
Nope.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
That's so cool.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
I can imagine if you're mashed together like that, it's probably really uncomfortable.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
No, I don't think we can.
We should help her. I think we did this.
How?
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
I didn't think our actions to have consequences. Aww. Please? I'll do my best. Oh, many hands. Okay. She's quite something? Yes, she is quite something. Oh, hello, mirror. Where everything is possible, nothing is. The illusion of choice.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Ooh, mirror again.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Good question.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that.
Awful
What
thing.
the hell are we supposed to do?
The narration is gone.
Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
I think I'm supposed to look in the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you
You
should.
don't have a choice, though.
No. Don't do that.
Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never
It's
scared you
different
before.
now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. Well, don't we look a lot like Wayne? Look at our face. Doesn't this remind you of Wayne? Just a little? Not fully, but a little. Glowing eyes, hollow sockets. I think we have feathers. So some kind of flying beast. You can see that on the arms as well. We have claws. It is I. You are alone in a place that is empty. It's quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. Oh, hello. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Now we're back to the sad music. The gift of a fragile
Yes.
vessel?
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
Well,
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart.
so she basically takes contradiction from us. Well, that's interesting.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you? Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I
I
am?
think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Is this the end
How
of the
can
world?
the world have ended if we are talking?
This is true. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Apparently us, okay. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
So my brain just went, so we're basically making the entity that's gonna destroy the world, aren't we? Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always a princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Kinda. Let her out of there.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
An easy promise to say. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
But what if we don't want to forget?
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
More perspectives. Aren't you afraid they will find a way to kill you?
I have not lived.
Oh,
I
well,
am
that's
not afraid
logical.
to die.
If you haven't lived, why would you be afraid to die? How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
I love this already so much. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated. If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever? Okay, sorry. We're gonna have to
You
try.
are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
Well, this goes deep.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Oops. Actually, that crashed our game. Apparently. Yep. Game crashed. Oopsie. Yeah, I think it's like she at least wants to know more perspectives.
You have
So,
returned to me.
well, that's good.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
That's fucking intentional. No, that's intentional. We waited an eternity, so the game shut itself down and got back up again. That is insanely cool. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
She asks you to remember her. You won't. Okay then. Everything goes dark and you die. Rich and vibrant her bring this stranger to her.
You're on a path in the woods.
The real
at
Slater
the end of
Princess
that
starts
path
here. You'll
is a
know it when
cabin.
you see it.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You can skip previously seen dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard or R1 on your controller. Let's go for let's murder. Sweet, always wanted to offer Monarch.
Spirit.
Let's go straight for it this
You
time.
make your way up the short path. of
Grab
the
this,
cabin.
not we just
You'll
stab her
find the
instantly,
princess
right?
within. A warning before you go any further.
Mm-hmm.
She will lie,
Lie,
she will
cheat.
cheat, and she will do everything.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
She's a princess. We're supposed to save
So
princesses.
the voice of
not
the hero
slave
seems to always be with us.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed to the cabin. Let's see what happens if we just basically go in and slay her.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
That's one of
The
the
air is
interiors
stale
we
and
saw.
musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
We take the
You take
blade.
the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
And enter the basement. This is gonna look very much simpler than the last time, I think. Yeah.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
She probably is.
Don't let it fool you.
Hmm.
It's all part of the manipulation. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
You just said she's coldly beautiful. Come on.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Oh yeah.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
True.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
I'm gonna risk finding out what you can do, Missa.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Wait, the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
Look at that face. It's like, oh shit.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Pleasant.
Oh. This is it, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
I don't know, but I have to give it a try.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over? It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there. We should make sure. I really don't think you should. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us?
Feels like there's something he isn't telling us.
I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Right, she's dead. Let's just get out of here. Let's listen to the narrator this time around.
It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Is he the outside here, though? It's that air effect, so we're going straight back to her, aren't we?
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago.
Nothing at all. That's the same texture we just left.
Is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here.
You sneaky bastard, narrator.
Everyone
you sneaky
is happy.
Bastard.
You'll be happy.
I'm kind of hoping us get a better ending.
In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
So, an eternity in a cabin alone by ourselves?
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Lord, didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy.
Are we
Basically.
really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
No,
Really?
we're happy. I'm sure of
Well,
it.
If you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
I think we basically locked ourselves away as well. I think we're equally dangerous, to be honest.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
Yeah, now we're a princess too.
The little voice's pleas fall on deaf Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy.
Forever.
Forever.
Wait for my hero to slay me? Yeah. Where's my hero? Good ending! You did it! You saved everyone!
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
That drawing. Okay, maybe I'm not happy. Good ending, we did it. We slayed the princess. I was saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here.
And they do so much
Though you're
good.
probably
That was
not going
great.
to like it. The blade.
We can use
the
the
blade
blade
to get out of this.
Yeah, we can kill ourselves.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out.
He is
Do you
right.
hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Is it wonderful, though?
There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare. How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
Using the blade would kill yourself, and you shouldn't do it.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Well, she's dead.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
Yep.
The end. Nice knowing you.
I think we pissed the narrator off again. Chapter 2, The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
No. Really?
You're here to slay her.
Wow. Shocking.
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
It's the end of the world as we know it. But I killed myself. What am I doing
I can
here?
assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago.
Imagine reading all these lines, though. Damn, that must have been
If he
fun.
doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time.
Voice of the
We'll
cold.
just do it again.
You have a new voice.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've
It's
met
the
me, or at least
third time,
a version
sweetie.
of me.
Mm-hmm.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Yep. Voice of the cold.
Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves.
I love this
too.
voice. Oh my god, like, so unfeeling and just like, this is what happened. This is what we did.
Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Well, the defense is gone.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
I actually agree with him. Sounds pretty consequence-free. When Princess is dead, we died. We're straight back here.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
They were apparently happy.
It doesn't matter, because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying.
Boy, that went dark pretty fast there. Apparently, Voice of the Cold is our darker side. I love it.
Just stay focused, will you?
Basically, we just threatened the narrator with killing him. Let's talk about this princess. If anything, the world ended after we slew her. When I tried to leave, everything was gone.
That's a good point. How do we know we didn't have things backwards? Maybe slaying the princess was what ended the world, not the other way round.
Yes, maybe this whole thing was a trick to get us to end the world. And now we get to go through the whole charade again, wholly aware of what's waiting for us at the end. But that's assuming she's alive in that cabin. We did kill her, after all.
Yeah, he has like the same voice as the princess when the first princess type we met, when it's like really, I really don't give a shit anymore. It's basically I don't give a shit anymore voice. With a bit of underlying threat on the side. Like a spoonful of threat every now and then.
You're going to find her in the cabin. If the princess had actually been slain, you wouldn't be here. And let me assure you, killing her will not end the world. I don't know what you think happened to you last time, but it's a load of
We don't want a
nonsense.
fucking happy
You'll get
ending.
your happy ending. I promise.
The happy ending is a fucking lie.
Well, that's exactly what we're afraid of. Really? Living happily ever after sounds that bad to you? Oh well, there's no use arguing over your masochism. The cabin awaits.
When When happy ever after is every day stuck in a cabin where you just feel happy and you do nothing, yes, then it's a bad thing. Last time around I stabbed her in the heart and she died. How can someone like that end the world?
She just can. You'll have to trust that what I'm saying is true.
Why? Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
But I want to. If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Liar.
Oh, I didn't know
No,
we
we
were
were
special.
special.
Of course we're special.
You're being cagey. What aren't you telling
I've
me?
told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
This is boring. He's clearly not interested in talking. So let's just do as he says. And maybe he'll stop bothering us.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Oh well, we've done this turnaround. think so.
A warning. Before
Uh-huh.
she will laugh.
Yeah. She won't be a problem.
The interior of the cabin is
Well,
cold.
this looks different, doesn't
A
it?
soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside.
This isn't the same
banging
cabin,
shutters against the
definitely.
windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time.
Probably true.
Like I've been saying, she's dead.
We
You
killed her already. This whole
Very
cabin is
different.
different.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous second
It's
life
third.
proposition.
Fourth.
You haven't died. You
Yes.
certainly haven't already slain the princess.
Oh, we have.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Creaky noises, though, are brilliant.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't... What are you talking about? This isn't a
A
wall.
wall, it's a mirror.
It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
And go.
You reach forward and rub your hand against
One
the
day
cabinet.
there will be a fucking
I
mirror
hope
there.
you know how
One day.
ridiculous you look right now.
Just saying, one day we will have a mirror there.
But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
I'll take the blade for
You
now.
take the blade from the table.
Even if I have no intentions to just slay the princess again, that will be kind of boring.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the
Sounds
stale
lovely.
air. The very building itself feels dead. The room below is silent. Nobody's here.
Naturally.
Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
Yep.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
Told you.
Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought,
Hello.
the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a
A
mischievous
ghost.
skeletal grin.
Ah.
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
The best part here is that the narrator is like, what the fuck is going on here? Ah, that is just so precious. I love it. Hello. Hi.
Ghost!
Oh, dear Lord, voice of the hero.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you.
You.
Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Did the ghost is chained too? Or this had the chain?
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Gonna snap her neck, isn't she?
Her
Hi.
touch is cold and ethereal, formless
Hello.
yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
You'd have a heart attack? If I saw something like that in real life, I'd probably have a slightly higher heart rate. I think. Does she have a body though? She doesn't. No. Shall we do this as a proper double slay the princess? Slay the
Without a
princess.
moment's hesitation, you lash out
Cut
with your blade.
Just want to see if we can actually cut a ghost.
It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form.
That's so cool,
the skin
though.
of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused.
Why, thank you.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
Didn't say I couldn't. Might get angry. I think she's pissed off.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
The narrator forced me to. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different?
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
No, we don't.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are.
What we are, huh?
I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
That's kind of fascinating. So she's been trying to escape, but she just gets tossed back in here, much like we do, right?
I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
Can I?
After all, you owe me.
Well, something tells me she's not going to give us the option to say no.
Absolutely not.
Excuse me, narrator,
Is she
that's not
asking
up to
if
you.
she can possess us?
Basically.
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder
Him?
what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
This would just be temporary, right?
If I'm able to. But for all we know, that's not how it works. Maybe I'll wind up stuck with you for a long time.
Don't much like the sound of that. It's crowded enough in here as is.
There's just 3 of us.
Could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body.
That's actually an interesting thought. How do you end the world inside of my body?
That is a very dangerous train of thought.
What if I say
And
no?
what did you ride?
But what will you do instead? You won't hitch a ride if I say no, or you can't hitch a
I'm
ride?
sure you'd like to know. It's a shame I won't tell you. But it'll be easier for both of us if you just let me in. And doesn't it sound nice?
Maybe for her, but it's crowded enough in here as is.
You won't have to feel guilty anymore. If you even do feel guilt. Sure, why not?
That That doesn't sound very reassuring. I can't believe you're even entertaining her right now. I mean, just look at her. Do you think she has good intentions for her murderer's body? Of course she doesn't.
3 is a crowd. We're already 3 though. We're actually technically we're 4. We have the narrator, ourselves, our 2 voices, and possibly her. So before I agree to anything, I need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you'd end the world.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
Well, we killed her.
She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
What are you going to do if we help you get out of here?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll find someone to haunt. Maybe I'll haunt you. It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
The
After we took
princess
it,
leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
those eyes are creepy. I love it.
Especially when that someone is dead.
Yes. I
She
get
pulls
it.
back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
Well, this one's existential. Do you want to end the world?
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
Still didn't answer my question. Even if you don't want it to end it, does letting you out of here mean that the world is
It
going to
does.
end?
We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise. The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's its home.
The entity.
But what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't.
Is this true?
And you ended too. But here you are. And you don't even look any different. I'm not so sure endings are real.
Well, she already touched on that part. Well, were you going to end the world?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
This already happened. We killed
Yes,
her.
obviously things are strange right now. I think it's safe to say that you've seen something you shouldn't have seen. Whatever worlds you've hopped between, whatever versions of me you've met, none of that matters now. There's no changing what's already happened. You have a job to finish. Finish how? We already did what you told us. And now she's a ghost. We haven't tried slaying her yet this time, though.
And then what?
And then you'll have saved the world. I think he's asking about what happens after we save the world. If that's even still an option. What do you mean, after?
You already know what we mean, don't you? So why don't you go ahead and tell us? Are you going to try and lock us away in a timeless void again? Because I didn't much.
I'm not going to lock you
I
anywhere.
know.
What an interesting choice of emphasis.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
Apologizing for killing someone.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance? When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No. So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
Do you want me to die? Do you want me to kill myself to satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that, and it wouldn't be hard to do it again.
Are we putting this to a vote? Because personally, I'd prefer if we didn't die again.
I don't care.
If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
Just yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer. But killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
It would seem that everyone here is in agreement except for you. I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
Okay.
Like I said, I just want to go
Go
home.
home. Let's get you out of here. Let's have her possess us. I think that's fun.
Swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a
Possess
hunger
me,
in her
lady.
gaze.
Thanks for the body, killer.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
See ya.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
Probably yes.
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
I guess she just killed us, didn't she?
Get up. You've still got a job to do.
Oh.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, it doesn't work like that for you?
Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor? Are they also supposed to be you?
What?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass.
Yeah? Go on. Finish the thought. What are you?
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am.
Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
Do you have to deal with this annoying bickering all the time?
Yep. Yep. Yes.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
A figment of our imagination.
Hopefully they'll all go away once we leave this place. I don't know how you can tolerate all of this noise.
Well, you're a part of it now.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
You're so tricky with this. She's basically telling us that the narrator isn't really here. Right? More of a memory. Doesn't belong.
That's rude.
But is it wrong?
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Obviously she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
now there's really a crowd in there.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Oh, shut up. Stop trying to manipulate everyone. Or don't, actually. It doesn't really matter. Because you won't be around to do this for much longer.
Ooh, now there comes the threat.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
Then don't think. Just...
One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
It would.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens when we leave. But if I'm stuck in here, I'll be making some renovations. It's too crowded.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
This is their version of like the red blood splatter from Scarlet.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
It's the end
know
of
that.
the world as we know it.
I do.
Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world. Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world. I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Oh wow. He goes deep, doesn't he?
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs,
Yeah.
staggering through the...
They're the same artist team, so that's fine.
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
It's because he can't stop me. Why do you think he sent you here?
Well, that's logical, isn't it?
I hate to admit it, but she's not wrong. It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
And wine.
And wine.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen. You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
Finally! Finally!
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
I love the voice of the gold. Open the door.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open.
Shit. He's like, oh goddammit.
Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see...
Let's see.
Yes?
He's gone again.
Nothing. He's gone. And so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
We didn't slay the princess, we slayed the narrator. Nice.
But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
We're still here.
Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world
Oh yeah,
ends,
he had
or
it coming.
on top of the other world but not in it, or have we...
Alright, let's see if I'm stuck with you forever.
Oh, hitchhiker. Pick up a passenger and take her to her destination.
Guessing not. All's well that ends well, right? You lived up to your end of the bargain, so I'll live up to mine. Thanks.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
Ooh. Oh, there she comes again. Here we go, memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
The only one that we don't get rid of is like the voice of the hero. He's always there with us. I guess he's us. Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
I would have kept them in the dark if I were you. What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Approach the mirror. Gaze on the reflection. They're gone again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. We seem a little bit more gooey, right? Yeah, we've grown. There we're in the long quiet. And there's our princess.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities
Hello there.
that bind everything together.
Creepy game? How are you doing, Mr. Odd? I hope you're doing well. You think it's creepy? I think it's fascinating.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be.
But I'm weird with this. I find these kind of games really fascinating. Not so creepy, very fascinating. Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single, straight answer?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me.
Beautiful story yet scary.
What I wish to say. If you
We've
do not
taken
like
some
my
pretty deep
answer,
turns though. We had a
not ask me
cold
questions.
voice. With basically no emotion whatsoever. I loved it.
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
A lot of hands. Have you ever played Scarlet Hollow? I mean, it sounds like you played this game, so I had to ask. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression.
On this
I am
one?
different,
Oh god, I don't know, they just
but I
added
am the
more.
same.
They added Pristine Cut, which I think added at least 10 or 15 extra endings, I think they said. I don't remember, but yeah, they just added a lot more endings, and I assume there is quite a lot. We got the original good ending though, where you slay the princess, you do as you're told, you get a nice little drawn picture, and then you meet her as a ghost instead. When all this is done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am.
Ah, you're
What
skipping
I am
horror
is
game, but you
different
love
from
watching
what
other
I
people play it.
was.
I can see that.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
Probably world-ending desires, if you ask me. To say.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
We played Scarlet Hollow before this, and it was their first game. It's not finished yet, they only made 4 out of, I think, 7 episodes. This game here, though, has basically saved Scarlet Hollow from ending at episode 4. Due to the success of this game, they're now finally making episode 5. And Scarlet Hollow is a bit the same. It's a very story-heavy game. There's no voice in those, so you have to actually read everything. But I think I have 8 or 9 playthroughs in there right now with different versions of everything, and I still haven't found all the different things in there. So if that's anything to go by, I'm assuming this one has at least a gazillion endings. You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons.
Very much passion project. I love it. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same thing that I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Hey again, Mom. Welcome to Slay the Princess. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
I disagree with that, though. Because let's say that I ask you what you wish for. And you wish for a very specific thing, and I bring that to you, it's still a gift. So I don't quite agree with that one.
My joy isn't seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream of a life she could never have, but that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for a yearning heart.
You either tell me what you want for gift or I'll just give you the cash. Definitely. I mean, some people I know well enough, right, to have a general idea as for things they might like, and sometimes a gift jumps out of you and just, it screams a person's name to your face and like, okay, fine, I know. But if I'm not sure, I will ask you if you have something you wish for, because there's nothing more boring than to give somebody something you think they'd like, only to find out that nope, that's not exactly, it's not anywhere close to what they want. So that would be, that's my brain's working at least. And the older you get, the harder it is to give people gifts because they have everything. So here's my Steam account, linked to my wishlist here. Basically, me and a friend does that now. We do still swap Christmas presents, but it's like, we wait until, you know, the Steam Christmas sale after Christmas, and we pick a similar priced game off each other's wishlist, and we buy that. That's like the simplest gift for between two gamers. I love that. Really just, it's simple and it works. A yearning heart.
Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me.
I love this game.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Well, since we have a little ad break again, we're just gonna stop and wait. That's I try and do that when I see the ad hit. Simply because I think it's, especially for this type of game, I don't want anyone who sits here and either listens or watches to not see what happens. So I do try my best to kind of stop whenever I notice the ad breaks coming along. But like we've said before on this stream, it's like people who lurk in this stream or people who just are here in any fashion or way, when you see like bigger streamers showing off just how much money they make off ads, you realize that anyone who says that, let's say that all the lurkers are boring, they shouldn't be here, you shouldn't want them, need to shut their mouth. Because if you have, say that you're a big account and you have a few, they're making you money just by sitting and doing nothing. And you were already there doing your thing, so shouldn't be an issue, right? I saw when I cleaned my Twitter account today, I saw somebody complaining about, oh, lurkers are so bad. And I was like, yeah, you know nothing. And there we go. Everybody's back. Break has ended. We'll press on. I still like that you can do this. You can move her a little. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Yeah, Twitter is... ugh. Well, basically, you start out being told that you are on your way to slay a princess, because if you don't, the world ends. And then you start doing choices, and apparently our choices give this entity that we are talking to right now, all the choices we make end up in some kind of a, after I think 2 episodes or something, we often get a secondary voice with us. We have voices in our heads, we're kind of wonky that way. We have a hero voice and we get another voice on top of that voice. And after we go through a certain amount of story, we end up coming back here and we give this apparition or whatever she is perspective. And for each perspective, she becomes, I believe, more powerful. And of course we have our narrator who we discuss things with, and so on and so on. You can also try and destroy your body. I don't quite know what it does. Shall we? We can try. And we can also try and attack the entity. I don't think that does anything. Shall we try and destroy our body just for the shits and giggles? Yeah, I opened Twitter today and I just deleted basically everything. It's now I'm just gonna go in there because people send destroy our body. Okay. Body destruction, let's go. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. We need to find a better place to send pictures though, because for some reason Discord kind of eats the quality these days, and I really do eats the quality completely. And Twitter still shows better drawings, better quality, but ugh. I really don't have any interest in Twitter anymore. I will go there because I follow a few game pages that hasn't moved, but I'm not active. I don't post anything there. I don't post when I stream there anymore. I don't do anything there. I'm all Blue Sky now. Twitter algorithm hates me. My Twitter consists of, I think, 98% bots. No interaction, no reaction to anything I ever did. And for Blue Sky at least, there's some interaction. The occasional comment, which floors me every time it happens. It's like whenever somebody talks here, that's not friends of mine. Like when you popped in, it was like, oh my god, there's a person here talking to me. That's not always been here. Okay, XC is also kind of new, but yeah. It feels like Twitter is just shouting out into the void, a void you cannot fight, while Blue Sky is actually people, and you kind of get in contact with them. The many hands in front of you, one of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face. I do not mind. You may lurk all you want, Mav. Trust me. Blue Sky is just nicer.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
So, okay, we can't kill ourselves. I guess attack the entity is next, just to see. The view numbers is depressing. You know how many people see the post, but not many interactions. Kinda gives you emotional damage. This is why I never see my numbers when I stream. I keep them completely away. I do not want to see them. This is not because I'm like obsessed with numbers at all, because I'm proud of myself. I've managed to just like, nah. I'm here to stream to have fun. This isn't my full-time job. It will never be my full-time job. I already have a job. This is for fun. This is an outlet for me because I have an illness that makes me basically stuck within these four walls a lot. Why not share my love for gaming? Why not do something social-ish, right? So, yeah. But still, if you see numbers all the time, like you do on Twitter, right? When you see the view numbers and you have like 100 people have seen your post, 0 people cared about it. It just plays with your head. So that's why I have nothing to show me the numbers I have when I stream. I will get shown them afterwards, but while I stream, I don't want to see them. Because that will, regardless of how much I try, it will play with my head. I mean, yes, it gives a dopamine boost when they're nice, but the crash hurts. Exactly. And that's one of the things I worked on a lot after leaving Tumblr. Some psycho loves seeing numbers. I'm sure they do. But do they only love them though when they're high? And what happens with that same person if the numbers drop? Or if they're just constantly super, super low? I haven't been Tumblr for so long. Nah, I still have my old account. I still have the one where I have all my sim stories. I won't delete that. So I look in on occasion, mostly just to see if Jade has finished her story, so I can finish reading it. Other than that, I've lost all interest. It's now, for me, it's Blue Sky and Discord. That's it. I'm fine. And I have my stream. Check updates on Dandy's story. I tried for a while, even if I wouldn't really react to it or anything, but I don't like to feel this way, but I basically got bored. So I ended up, I'm just waiting for the time that it finishes the story I have a character in, and then I don't think I'll log into that place again. Unless somebody asks me to. Okay, let's just see what happens. Attack. Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Yeah, well, we're ready to go back then. Apparently none of what we did did anything good.
On what I am.
Shit happens. I will long for your return.
We will meet again.
Oh, there we go. Everything goes dark, and we die. Shucks. A yearning heart. Bring the spectre to her. The hero and the princess. Here we go again.
In the woods. And at the end of that path...
This is basically the start of the game.
In the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So this seems to be like back to the very beginning. But this is exactly what we've done before. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Can't somebody else do it? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman?
This
or
is
a
exactly
miller
like the
or a
first one.
seamstress? If anything.
Can someone else do it? It's basically gonna be a long discussion with them. So let's go. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
It's all part of the job.
I should actually poke Andy. I haven't talked to her in ages. I'm just bad at talking to people, apparently. I've been too tired, I guess. Make the way up the path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed to the cabin. We're not gonna slay her this time, though. We're gonna bring the knife with us, and then we're gonna try and free her instead.
The cabin is almost entirely
Oh, we're back to this cabin.
The air is stale,
the original
and musty,
cabin,
and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this.
Your phone just died? Oh dear. Out of battery or... Because died would be bad. If it's just out of batteries, then, well, I guess I kept you on my stream for too long. We're gonna take the blade.
Take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Yeah, there's always a slight delay, I found. Oh, it's the battery. I've done that too. Fall asleep to a stream, and then that streamer goes to raid someone, who goes to raid someone, who goes to raid someone, and then I wake up and my phone is dead. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
Spooky.
This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds like the cold voice still.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool
but she
you.
is.
It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Sure.
You
Hello.
walk down the stairs. and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I'm trying to figure that out. Her crown is different, isn't it? The tiara on top of her head, that's different. Her voice is also slightly different. What? No way, why do you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
I think her hair is different too, yeah.
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I think you're right, though. But definitely the tiara is different, and I think her hair is slightly different. Let's just drop
The
it.
blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Let's talk.
Against your better
Aw.
judgment, you
Maybe
step
not.
forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Well, she's not wrong. We did basically enter with a knife. Yeah, that's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me? And yet, you hesitated the moment you saw me. And you dropped your knife. If killing me was really that important, you'd have a little more gumption, don't you think?
Not sure. Much more wild looking was what I'm thinking. She looks different.
So, someone put you up to this, right? And whoever it is, it's
Uppity.
probably the same someone who shoved me into this dark pit and chained me to a wall.
Probably.
That's a fair question. Who chained her in this basement, and if she's so dangerous, how did they manage to trap her? And why have we been left to do their dirty work?
Questions.
Don't give away the game, and don't let her distract you. That's exactly what she wants.
I think her dress is slightly different too.
I'm right, aren't I? So who put you up to this?
The narrator. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Why not?
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
She's slightly unhinged, isn't she?
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
What are you going to do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
That's a very honest answer.
At the end of the day, Whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Again?
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
The writers of these games, they're brilliant. Really, really brilliant.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
But why is yours worth anything, though? Is it, though? Is it really?
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
We don't know. It's just a narrator. Much like we don't know who the princess is, she's just a princess. We basically don't even know who we are, we just have a hero voice that always follows us around.
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk.
But I'm pretty sure
We
the
stand to
narrator
lose
sounds...
all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Pretty sure the narrator mostly reminds me of David Attenborough. What is your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
How would I get you out of
You
here?
can't. Don't bother.
Shove it, narrator.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think
She's suggesting exactly what you
Right?
think you're suggesting.
She is. I'm sure of it.
How long have you
Too
been down here? Too long?
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Shut up, narrator. I am going to get you out of here.
You have to be kidding me.
I don't trust her, I just want to see where it leads.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Didn't see a key upstairs. Imagine finding a key upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is still laying around us or up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
I'll be here, as if you have a choice,
You
Missy.
attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Yeah, narrator.
Your
Hey.
shouts and pleas are met with silence.
You asshole of
You're
a
here
narrator.
to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
But I refuse to slay the princess.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Oh, but I will.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Wonder what this one was once for. I always wonder that.
Easier for whom?
Mhm.
Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Well, what if I do like what happens when they do that? Save the princess.
Against your better judgment,
Look at those
place
eyes.
the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Like those huge eyes.
You cut into her flesh.
Into the flesh.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through
Apparently
bone,
no
and she
pain,
pulls the
but she doesn't
bleeding
care.
stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Woohoo!
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
She isn't.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
I love how calm she's like, okay, let's get out of here. Let's go.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Hello there, Cyber Mermaid. It is but a scratch. Indeed, it is but a scratch. Hope you're doing well. And a cute kitty, thank you. We use him for story games. He doesn't take up as much of the screen as the winged model does. So we borrow Connor, our cat.
As the princess approaches the
Hey,
bottom
hey,
stair,
hey,
your
hey.
body
You're
steps
cheating now,
forward
Mr.
and raises
Narrator.
the blade.
You're cheating. It is but a scratch. Yes, it is, but this is cheating. The narrator is bloody cheating.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
He is definitely cheating.
Watch me.
Wow. I haven't played much of it. We just started it today. We played Scarlet Hollow for weeks by now, so had to hop into this one too. We've gotten 2 voices, so we have 2 perspectives for her. So we have quite a lot to go. We've slayed the princess, and we walked away from everything. The hero's hand is the way the hero hand actually look. We don't look like your typical hero. We look like a bird. A weird bird, but a bird. Yeah, we have claws. No, bird. Not a dragon. Very bird-like. I'm thinking... I think that's not... Yeah, we've been waiting for a while. Scarlet Hollow is amazing. I have played... Let me check. Let me give it a check here. Here. 45 hours of it. I've somehow managed to have 117 of the 100 and... I have 121 of the 141 achievements. And I still realize there's quite a lot of stuff I haven't done. There's things I still need to figure out. There's runs I can still do. There's combinations of traits that I still haven't tried out. There's romances I haven't quite figured out how to get to. And the smallest little thing that you change can change the story immensely. And for instance, the first time I played through, I didn't really like one of the characters, but after like a playthrough where we tried to be that person's friend, that playthrough has become my absolute favorite playthrough because it changed everything that I thought I knew. And we keep finding like new things in every little thing, so it's insanely fun. Of course, there's no narration, so you have to read, or since I've been playing on the stream, I've been reading everything out loud, which is kind of harsh on your voice, but it's been a ton of fun. And it's an amazing writer job. The animations are amazing. The giggles and laughs are amazing. The way it kind of just sucks you in is so much fun. So, of course, I gave this game to a friend of mine as well, so she played a little of it, but I think we're gonna be with Slay the Princess for a wee little while. Outside of Final Fantasy XIV, we're definitely gonna be playing this a lot. And I don't have to talk as much because at least some of this is voiced. So it's a little nicer to your throat. But yeah, Scarlet Hallow, do enjoy. I have, let's see, I counted 13 different saves. And I cannot wait until, as this game has done so well, they can finally... Yeah, I still need to check that. It's weird. It should say 1. I'm gonna have to look at that tomorrow. I hope that fixed it, but apparently I have not. I'm gonna have to poke CK. He's my guide for Firebot. But yeah, when they made this game has made them enough money to continue working on Scarlet Hallow, and that just makes me immensely happy. Because it would be such a shame if they could never finish Scarlet Hallow, because I need to know what happens. I need my answers. There's so much I'm wondering after playing the 4 first that I would be so sad if they didn't finish. But anyway, let's see if we can stop the narrator, shall we? Can we fight him? Well, there's so much. Imagine a fundraising side project being this good. Yeah. I think they took all they learned from Scarlet Hallow and they put it into Slay the Princess, and it was found by the right people. And now I hope even more people find Scarlet Hallow. I want Scarlet Hallow to be as well known as Slay the Princess is. I really do, because both of these games deserve all the love in the world. They're amazing. Slay, 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 slay. Ah, I warned her.
Stop that.
No. Found it. No.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess
Need to
swiftly
warn her.
moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it. Stop resisting me.
No.
I am trying to get you out of here alive.
I don't trust you, Mr. Narrator. You've been lying to me this entire time. Slay, slay, slay. There has to be a resist. There she is.
The blade. Move the blade.
No.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes.
I'm trying.
I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Well, I guess we're dying.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Probably.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Impressive.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
This is the end, isn't it?
Probably just a restart, honey. Mr.
I'm
Hero.
afraid it is. Everything
Everything
goes dark, and you
You
die.
die.
I hope it was worth it.
Yes, because I got to stick it to you. Again. The prisoner. We saved her.
You're on a path.
There we go.
Woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin
There's a princess.
is a princess.
No. Really?
You're here to slay her. If you
Oh,
don't,
it is basically an endless
it will
loop.
be the end
But I
of
think
the
you can
world.
eventually get out of it. You just need to ask enough perspectives. We're gonna have a new voice here now. Just wait and see. Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, that's what I'm kind of curious to find out. But also see is it's kind of late. We should really think about going to bed, but I also want to see where this one takes her. We freed her? I hope so.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
We got ourselves the voice of the skeptic.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this has happened. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or
yes, this is the same.
Version of. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason.
Condescending.
Did you try and free
Seriously.
her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional.
Wow. I need to fix that one too. I thought I fixed it, but apparently I did not.
Sure you are.
Wow.
Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything?
He gets more and more condescending every time we do this, I'm certain of it.
Assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
I kind of want to slap him so badly.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Nothing. Probably absolutely nothing.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
I agree with Mr. Skeptic here.
Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles. No, I'm talking in facts.
Let's talk about this princess. The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. And all she did was slit my throat. How is that supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything.
Do you think we're the narrator?
Fine. Check your pockets. You put your hands in your pockets.
The evidence.
An envelope with the words "The Evidence" written across the front.
The skeptic is awesome. The evidence. See, we have evidence. Yeah.
Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth."
Wonder if he ever starts seeing through it, right? The narrator himself, if he starts noticing that we've done this before.
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm
Could
on
be.
your side.
Or maybe he's also kind of forgetting.
You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to?
Basically.
Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get.
Yep. I think we've asked that one several times before. Let's, oh god, the temptation. Turn around and leave. You know what?
You
Fuck
have
you.
already committed to my completion.
Ah,
You cannot
okay.
go further astray.
So she actually stops us. I was wondering
Oh,
if
warning.
she'd stop us.
Before you go in,
Yeah,
she
yeah,
will
yeah.
lie.
Lie and cheat and blah,
Yes,
blah,
yes,
blah.
Don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the
Take the
knife,
knife.
and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink
Wink.
out loud?
Yes.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on...
So you know. Wink. Just saying.
The interior of the cabin
Well,
is
this is
less a
different again.
cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows,
Mirror is here, though.
reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to
But
the
we're gonna
floor,
try every
a pristine
time.
blade
Don't care.
perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
This whole cabin
Very
is different than the other time.
Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely. Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
We wipe it clean and it's gone.
Reach forward and rub your hand against
Every
the
time.
cabin wall. I hope you know how
I'm
ridiculous
expecting
you are.
that one time we do that, there is a mirror there.
But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
You're still gonna take the blade?
the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save
get
the
the fuck
world
out.
without a weapon.
Yeah, exactly. What mirror? There's no mirror.
Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
There is a basement, but is there anybody home?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps.
Yes, you can go in without the
Princess
weapon.
lives here,
We'll do that
slaying her
later.
would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down
Oh,
the stairs
wow.
and lock eyes with the princess. She
I
looks
think
up at
somebody
you,
is afraid
the
she's
heavy collar
gonna
around her neck clanking loudly as she moves.
get free
The
again.
chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
Don't think they want her to get free again.
So much for cutting her out of here. Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Seems to fit us perfectly.
That was there last time too, wasn't it?
It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm gonna sit with her.
You step towards the princess.
Yeah, her crown is
but she
different. Look,
stops
it's
you before
black.
you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
And her hair is different again. There's a new braid there. And wow, that's a lot of chains.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers this?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
So she does remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
Uh-huh. He doesn't, though.
As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
You already made it worse, my dear sir.
Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles.
I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the
So
bottom.
he did know.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
Oh, well. We get to know a little bit more about our narrator here.
Get it? It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much.
We're gonna swim straight into dangerous waters, I'm just saying.
Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
No.
I won't.
Exactly.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Or not, we just have several voices in our head discussing things. What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
You were asking about my intention earlier. What do you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more
I
reason
mean,
not
the
to
one
trust
around
her.
her head, she could probably just pull over her head. It doesn't look tight enough.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
How am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in the shackle too.
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
You should end the entire world, that includes us, so...
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
I like the skeptic. That other thing on the wall, who is it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Inspect
I
shackle.
wouldn't do that if I were you.
You're not
Why
me.
is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
I don't care.
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
It could
I
be.
am.
Yeah, let's inspect the shackle for fun.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Yep.
Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
Woohoo, we're stuck.
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Well done, us.
Excuse me? Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Yep. Become your own jailer.
Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
Yep.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
So we're both
Yep.
stuck here. Yep. What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
You didn't know this was going to happen to me.
No.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude. You
She
and
is.
the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something.
Waiting for anything.
Yeah, welp indeed.
This is so boring. There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing. But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it. How exactly does that work? It just does. But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same. If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
He's not wrong.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there. But then they get larger and larger.
I know. And passage of time interrupts your question. Basically, the narrator just didn't want to listen to any more questions. Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Still
Wow.
rude.
Continue to wait in silence.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls. That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode. She hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't.
It's magical.
Even
Ooh,
more
look,
silent
dirt.
time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then... And... I think he's gone.
And bye. Bye, Mr. Narrator. You're gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Aw. And she goes. Those were some sturdy walls. That was a long passing. Ooh, mirror. But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave, as memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go?
Should we try and find her?
Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
It feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
It is.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back.
Fear.
Fear.
It's not the end. Whatever's going on the other side. See you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
If you say so. We'll trust you. Feels too good to be true.
Approach the mirror. See how we changed. Gaze into your reflection. But you need to see what's in it. Ooh. We're changing. We've withered. Definitely changing. We got more fluffy here. Like more feathery. Find yourself in a long quiet once again. Let's go say hi before we end stream for today. You are at the cabin.
I
that's a
am
big
a
change.
growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing.
I think we're turning into a bird.
More directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
It cannot be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. And doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse. Nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Yes, you're torturing me. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near to you.
Small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is determined, but also cautious. One that would rather let the world move around her than move it herself. She will make for a patient heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
You know what happens when to the world we leave behind? The
My
world.
perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
You still not care what I bring you
care
next?
about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
The music is amazing. Have you figured out what you'll want when we're
The
finished?
desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other
It is our
desires shake
awakening.
in the light of
It's
knowing
not just
you
her.
and knowing me.
How many vessels?
We will know when we
When
near
we
our
near
destination.
Okay. Everything is a masterpiece in this game. But you'll notice that when you play Scarlet Hallow down the line as well, that they already knew exactly how to do all this. Music, background sounds. Even if there's no voice, all the feelings are still there. They've managed to make it through like all the sounds that you hear in the background. How they managed it, I don't know, but they really did. Okay, we are ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
And everything goes dark and we die. We bring the prisoner to her. And then we go back to the very
In
beginning.
the woods.
What we'll do though is we'll save here, because it is getting a little late for me to continue, sadly. It's midnight here now. So I am going to end the stream and yeah. We're definitely coming back to this next week. It will probably be Thursday. Again, not Friday, but I might change days eventually. We don't know yet. I haven't decided. A little bit addicted? No. It's not like I'm going straight back to Scarlet Hollow either tomorrow morning to play something because I realized, hey, I haven't tried this yet. No, never happened. So we're gonna do this. And thank you guys for hanging out. Nice to see some new people too. That's always, for me at least, it's extremely fun. But yeah, I will set it up for Thursday. I'm gonna see, now that I go back to work again next week, it will be a test for me to try Thursday and maybe a Friday stream, and maybe we swap Thursday for Friday. I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking about it for no reason other than Friday stream feels a little bit funky. But yes, I will see you guys on Knife is Love, Knife is Life. Yes, I agree. We'll be here on Sunday with Savage Sunday. We're gonna hopefully kill the last Savage in Final Fantasy's 8-man raid. We'll see if we manage this time around. I think we can. I think we proved last time that we actually really can. So I'll be seeing you guys for that. Now have a good morning, night, afternoon, whatever it is. Take care of yourselves. Remember to hydrate, stretch, and generally, like I said, just take care of yourself. And I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye!